Hello.
What's up?
What's up? Going from 15 hit points with my Minotaur down to 8 hit points with my new character. Oof.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, the difference between barbarians and sorcerers.
Oof. Doing the what's it called? Divine Soul.
Yeah, Divine Soul Sorcerer, yeah.
Nice. It's a really fun class.
Yeah, I like how they have access to 2 entire spell lists. But
Right?
they are
Like you don't know that many spells, but you have access to them all.
Yeah, but you are a sorcerer in the end, so you only know like a handful.
Yeah, but meta magics with cleric spells are just so good.
Yeah, I'm planning to mainly focus on healing and support rather than being offensive. I'm gonna let our wild magic sorcerer handle that.
And you're playing your Vitch's daughter, your story, right?
Yeah, I'm Vitch's daughter. We're both from a Bedine tribe of the Anarok Desert.
Nice.
Part of being healing and support is also part to do with my character. Because having offensive magic is looked down upon in the Bedine culture. Like, particularly for women. But just magic in general is looked down upon. They only really make an exception for divine magic in the sense of healing and support.
Sometimes. When they feel like it.
Yeah, sometimes.
When they're all dying and they're like, help, I need a healer.
Nope, it's against your religion.
I mean, some people die for it, some people say, fuck that, I want to live. I mean, it's not even their religion, I don't think. It's more their culture. That can be separated, I suppose. That's a different argument, though.
I forget what they're called, those, it's like an off branch of, like, Christianity where they don't believe in, like, taking medicine. So if you have cancer, they're not gonna treat you.
Not quite. Jehovah's Witnesses don't accept blood transfusions because they believe that blood is holy, and so, like, yeah, their kid is dying of blood loss, then they just let them die.
Yeah, there's this large group of faith healers here in Oregon that believe that medical care is a lack of faith, and so only faith should heal. I have very strong opinions about it.
Oh
I
man, you're
went to
speaking to the
school-
choir here. Yeah, I had a school like that too, man.
No. Well, I went to school with a girl that when she was born, she had a bunch of heart problems and whatnot. And her parents were Jehovah's Witnesses. They're like, yeah, that's bullshit. Save her daughter. So they're not all crazy.
No. There are differing degrees of fanaticism.
Yeah, you get that with just about any time you get a religion. Some people are, how you say, fundamentalist, and some people are like, this is an idea that helps me in my day-to-day life.
Amish people will accept like surgery and shit, though, right? Will they?
Sometimes depends on
It's
which
complicated, but a big thing about that, to my understanding, is they're not supposed to understand it. Like, it can exist because the world is what it is and they can't change it. All they can control is themselves. So as long as there's not an Amish surgeon, I think that's okay.
I could be a surgeon as Amish as long as they 18th century.
I kind of respect them for the fact that they actually give their kids a choice at whatever age they let them go out and explore and decide if they want to come back or not. I forgot what that was called.
No, the Amish are very interesting.
That's the reason that they're still around.
Yeah, it's Romspringer, I think it's called. In my state, we have a pretty decent-sized Amish community up north, but yeah, see 'em
We
ride
have
around on
Huguenots
buses sometimes.
here where I'm at.
I ran into some in Washington, D.C., and they were looking at me like I was like an alien.
Yeah, apparently
God,
very
everything's-
few. They give people that choice, but very few of them actually take it.
In the town I went to college in, there's an Amish community not too far away. And a guy got arrested for driving his horse while drunk. His excuse was the horse knows the way.
He's not wrong.
That's the
Every day.
Tesla version 1.
I mean, it's hard to like go and just dip out on the culture that fucking raised you, you know? Like, not everyone's got that sort of just like raw charisma and desire to just take up and uproot everything they've ever known, you know? I mean, some of them do, yeah, but you know, this is what you know. It's foreign, it's different to you, and it's, you know, some of it might be good, but
Yeah, you're leaving like your family and friends and like everyone you know to go out, basically like almost like the new kid in school. Like it's like an uncomfortable feeling. Plus, it's like, what the fuck is technology?
I feel like some parts of that would be shocking. Like, man, like, oh man, they would just have no idea coming out like that.
Well, most
Like,
of them know
sure,
how to
you'd hear
drive
about
cars.
it.
Like a lot of the communities have a communal car that they use for emergencies.
Nah, I'm just talking about shit like fucking like pop them up and teach them how to play Call of Duty real quick. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? Is the gang all here then?
I'm here. Sorry I'm late, guys.
That's fine.
Alright. Alright. Well, there has been blood spilled in the small town of Dagger Falls in the year of 1373, year of Rogue Dragon. We only recently arrived at Dagger Falls, and shortly after arriving, the party split up in different directions. One of those directions was north up to the Ancient Arms Inn, the poshest building in town, unless I suppose you count the Lord's Manor. And to be frank, the Ancient Arms Inn is in better repair than them. One of our party members thought that he found a perpetrator of a crime. He had no evidence for this. It was acting on instinct alone. And thus he launched into a murder attempt, which failed. After attempting to murder this traveller, who was sitting within an inn, effectively minding his own business, the rest of the party got involved as well. And they too contributed to this murder. In the end, 3 of our forces lay dead, and half of the rest of the party were under arrest. And that's where we left it.
Session to remember.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
No, you're
Mistakes were made, and we're all a little wiser as a result.
Yeah, it's not like only one person made the mistake, that's the thing. Like, you all got in there and started kicking this man on the ground who'd done nothing. He'd done nothing wrong. You suspected that he'd done something, and he had a pretty nasty voice, but that's not evident.
I mean, we saw bodies on fire while he was laughing and stabbing.
Yeah, but you didn't understand the circumstance of what it was. You merely jumped in because you knew the guy, and you didn't even know the guy. You'd known him for like 1.5 days.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing justified about any of your actions, and thus you're facing the death penalty.
Unfortunate.
All right. So I guess we should address that. My understanding is that most of the party is new now. So I guess we'll look at who still has their old characters.
I believe there's just
That
one
would
of us.
just be
Just
me.
Debbie is the only original character. All right.
Just Debbie.
Well, I suppose, Debbie, then it will be up to you to represent yourself on trial. If you're not necessarily being arrested for anything, but the people want answers. These are not a group of people that just sweep things underneath the rug and get about their daily business. Actions like this change the demeanor of it makes them more hostile to strangers, it makes them less trusting of foreigners, and it justifies their hatred of non-humans.
Do I get with that? Do I get what's it called? Support from my guild for since I'm accused of a crime? And
Do you have any guild members here in this village?
possibly with the silver water steel,
Good
like
point.
the smithies.
Yeah, alright. So, alright, well, Randall Morn, the lord of the town, comes to try to ascertain exactly what's going on here. He's an old guy, he's pushing 80, and the man is battle-hardened. He lived 40 years as a guerrilla soldier, and thus he is more than used to seeing bloodshed. Hot damn, he says when he lays eyes on the massacre. He gets finds out what's going on, and when Debbie, you're pointed out as being one of the not necessarily instigator or a perpetrator, but an associate, one of the associates of the criminal. He wants to know what's going on, but he knows that you're from the big city, and he doesn't expect necessarily for you to understand how things are done around here. And he seems to be remarkably genial towards your rights. So when you, I don't know if you demand a lawyer, but when you demand guild representation, he's happy to allow you to do that. And if you wish, you can go and then talk to Silverwater Steel and see if they can help you out in any way. He gives you permission to represent your case as you need to.
All right.
Silverwater Steel is one of the larger, older buildings around here. It certainly predates the guerrilla wars. Predates the retaking, so it was either built during the Zentarum days, or it might even be here before the Zentarum. Possibly a little bit of an alarm bell might ring there, since it seems to be apparent that the Silverwaters held that power during the Zentarum occupation, and they still hold it now. But that level of intrigue may not be your primary concern at the moment. Well, howdy, says a relatively handsome man. Probably has just gone over the mark of 40. You one of them out-of-towners?
I am from out of town, but I mostly met up with them on the road.
Here they got into some real trouble up there in Ancient Arms.
Well, I tried to what I could to put things back to right by healing folk and trying to mend things, but there's only so much one can do.
Y'all don't have to explain or justify to me that wizard's a damn asshole and probably be a murderer too. Why, you and your kind, you done the right thing by getting rid of him.
Right thing or not, I need to get back on the right side of the law.
Sure. Any way I can help in that regard?
Well, see, evidently there's going to be some sort of trial, and I'm not too keen on how things are done around.
Y'all should find Randall Morn to be relatively impartial, though I gotta say, he got a bit of a chip on his shoulder about violence. But were you there at the killing?
I arrived when other people did, but I didn't attack him at all.
Got any witnesses that's gonna verify your claim?
I believe so. Yeah, there were people there who saw that I didn't attack, right?
Y'all should have nothing to worry about it. That Archibald, he's a man with honor. He ain't never told a lie in his life. He ain't gonna start now. So he'll say exactly what he saw. And if he saw you being a good girl, then I don't think you got nothing to worry about. It's a damn shame, though. I was hoping to employ a magician of sorts, and I don't suppose you're a magic user.
I do have some abilities granted to me.
Well, I might have a task for you. You see, I got this strange piece of jewelry. I can't make head nor tail. I reckon she's magical. Ain't got a bit of tarnish on it. Dug it up out of the ground. I reckon it's a couple 100 years old. Only I had some kind of magician who knew how to identify it.
If you happen to have a pearl I can borrow, I can identify that for you. I'll give it.
Yeah, sure, I got a pearl here. Come all the way from the inner sea.
Alright. Then I will definitely ritual cast identify.
Well, I do like a helpful person. He hands you this gold Ouroboros, which is a snake eating its own tail. And this one is shaped like an infinity symbol, a figure of 8. only it's not one snake, it's a pair of snakes. One appears to be, I guess, more sinister than the other. It is wingless, like snakes traditionally are, and the other is a winged snake. And it has a more, maybe no less regal, but certainly more, less immediately intimidating appearance. So yeah, an Ouroboros of two snakes eating each other's tails, gone into a figure of 8. Well, see what you can do about it. Do you have any skills that might help you in addition to your spell?
I do have proficiency in religion.
Yeah, that's good.
Other than that, just smith's tools. Can also
Sure.
guidance myself if need be.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, you can use any or all of those
An
skills.
insight.
Yeah. Any or all of those skills.
Alright, I think I'll go with the insight.
Sounds good.
Ugh. 15?
15. So you hold this thing in your hand, and he thinks it might be decades or centuries old. You think it's significantly older. This craftsmanship is not like anything you've seen before. At least not outside of an ancient history museum. You can't identify who might have crafted it, as in what civilization or even what race might have crafted it. But you'd be very surprised if it's less than 1,000 years old. In the end, it's an amulet of protection that also grants spell resistance.
Hot damn.
Oh.
Jeez.
Yeah. I'll kind of say this is much older than you think. It is, and let them know that it is a old amulet.
So you couldn't tell me who fashioned it. Don't look like dwarves nor elves to me.
I'm just gonna hold it, kind of look, move it around like I'm examining it more. Like, no, I can't say for.
Well, I'll give you some payment. And he gives you 10 gold pieces. I've been waiting for someone to identify it, and I did not trust that wizard with my property. So I'll represent you if you need. I'll verify you're a member of the guild, upstanding member, and if you all ain't got no, you didn't do nothing up there, then I'd like to suggest that Archibald's going to back up your story.
Alrighty.
Well, if there's nothing more I can do for you.
You've already done plenty. Is there more I can do for you?
He thinks about it. Not yet, but maybe in the future.
Alright.
And sure enough, your trial is pretty simple, such as it is. It's more like an interview than a trial. Questions are asked, like what role did you play in the battle? So what role did you play?
Try to heal people and try to fix things.
Yeah,
Not
that kind
necessarily
of
an aggressive role, more of a hold up, what's going on here?
Yeah. Trying to save
Keep people from
lives.
dying. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
No,
First responder, come on now.
Exactly. You're being interviewed by his daughter, by the way. And so yeah, she seems to, sympathize with you. How long have you known these people?
Just a few days.
Why did you team up with them?
It's safer to travel together on the road than separate.
15 minutes later, you're free to go. They've got nothing on you.
Sweet. I dodged that.
The real question: who's getting executed?
Well, that'll come the next day, and so we might as well. There's no reason why we can't fast forward a day. I don't think Debbie's going anywhere. Or are you, Debbie? Are you?
I'm getting a good rest.
Yep, not just running away from the city immediately. No, all right.
First thing you do when you leave jail.
That's it. Get the fuck out. Grab your passport and you're gone. So, the trial won't be for another day, but when the day does come, has everyone who wasn't imprisoned skedaddled?
Yeah, Riz would have left.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, fuck. This is dangerous. I'm going back home where it's safe.
Yeah.
Mana Marco would have left if he could have gotten Virgil's body,
Yeah.
a cart or something, and just left.
Yeah, you already own the ox cart, so provided Debbie doesn't mind you taking that, then it's yours.
No, I gotta keep track of Mike Bison.
And you're going to have to buy your own a cart then. No one's giving you one if you're a criminal.
That's fine. I'll buy my own cart. I'm still keeping Mike Bison.
Manamarco.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Manamarco, you're going to have to buy your own cart and presumably your own pony to pull it as well. No one's giving you nothing.
Temple
Got any
will
equipment you
sell
can sell?
Here.
I mean, he can have the cart, but I'm keeping Mike Bison.
So I wouldn't. Don't presume I wouldn't ask for Mike Bison. Shit. He might just, if he can't get him back, and I don't think I can afford a horse and cart. And
Can't you sell any gear?
There's stuff from the there's stuff from the party wealth that you might be able to use as well. Like from the old party, you might be able to dip into that if you need to.
Yeah, if you could maybe if you could make a donation to the Temple of the Thandar, and they might be able to lend him.
They're poor, eh? Like they spend all their money on healing. They're reconstructing. So you're better off taking your money and buying it. Livestock's half price.
7 gold.
Mm-hmm.
You just sling the body over the.
Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, I can afford. He can afford that. The ox and the. Yeah, the ox and the chain he can afford. He has like 50 GP.
I feel like at some point this is why Manamarco does become a necromancer.
There you go.
Get Stephen Black taking his body. Just walk. Fuck yeah, just walk. Okay.
Honestly, just buying a scroll of animate dead.
He won't be able to recast it though. That's the thing.
You just gotta get a leash.
But yeah, he can afford an oxen cart. It looks like he has like 50 GP and some odd coins. So yeah, he'll skedaddle.
Thank you.
You're muted, Arctic, if you're talking.
Thank Thank you. I don't even know how long I've been
Oh
muted.
fuck!
Say it's been quite some time.
I think the
Right.
last thing.
Not a lot, but
Figured, you're just like grabbing a sip of coffee, getting resatiated.
Yeah, we
And
haven't heard.
I was, so I was saying that now we will zoom out to beyond the broader world so that we can see, introduce these new characters. Alright. Are we coming in groups, or who is coming in a group?
I'd imagine if we're still sticking to what we were going to, me,
Works for
Vitch,
me.
and Oliver Hart, and maybe someone else.
I was
We'll be
thinking
coming
maybe
in out of
you guys-
Oranok.
Okay, so if you're from Anarok, I'll put your little token over here in Anarok, and we'll address you one by one. Okay. Okay. And so if the three of you are in a group, who's the odd man out? Who's the person who's not related to the others?
That'll be me. I'm not even from this place.
Right.
I'm also coming in by myself.
Yeah, cool. Alright, well, we'll do the group first. But you say you're not from Anarok. Does that mean that that you meet them in Anarok, or do you team up later?
Well, meet is a funny way to say I was part of a Zentaran patrol that took them prisoner.
Okay, cool. So we'll start with you. Alright, so how old are you, first of all?
I'm 30 years old.
Okay, 30 years old. Year is currently 1473. 30 years old would mean that you witnessed the time of troubles as a baby, or as a child, rather. You're probably about 8 years old when the gods were walking the earth openly. Maybe 5, maybe 8. Probably your earliest memories, maybe not. Tell me about your early life. Where are you from, or what did your parents do, and what was life like in the days when the gods walked the earth?
Well, I can't speak to much of that specifically, because I don't know personally, but I did grow up somewhere in the region of Zentil Keep, and my father was also a Zentarum soldier.
Alright. You would have been... the Zentarum went through a pretty big upheaval for a period during that time. As you probably can remember, there's a bit of a tussle between Bane and Cyric, but the tussles go back even longer than that. The Zentarum was originally founded by a dude called Manshun. He's a powerful wizard and archmage, and he created it so that he could basically have his own private army, his own private mercenary force and trade empire. Then the Baneites took over, and it happened slowly. At first they were friends, and then it got bitter. So your father was probably in service to Manshun. He's probably like an OG Zentarum, one of the original gangsters. And when the tide began to change, and the Baneites began to get more power, how did your father take that transition away from the power of the Archmage more to the power of priests? Did it affect him at all? Did he not notice?
Well, it affected our whole family, really, in the sense that this was kind of like a rising god sort of thing, if I'm correct, right? With Bane, he was kind of like an up-and-comer.
Yeah, he was a mortal that became a god, and
he was a human too, right?
And he was a human, that's right.
Okay, so I'm thinking this is kind of like a little bit like skinhead ideology, where this is like a racial ideology, and this is important to our place in the world. And like I was raised on a healthy diet of hate speech from a pretty young age.
Okay. All right. Things change in the Zentarum relatively frequently, and Cyric murdered Baal. Bane was later destroyed, and Cyric took over the Zentarum. It became a chaotic army, a force of just wanton violence, of unnecessary raids, and murder and lies. How did that affect your family?
That was possible that, excuse me, my dad being an OG might have gotten murdered in, what was it called, the Bane Death?
The Bane Death, yeah.
Yeah, so it might have had something like that occur, and this would have been the period where I kind of started to pick up the habit of keeping my head down and not making waves. Don't draw too much attention to myself, just be competent.
You were in Zental Keep the night it was destroyed. A few years ago now, probably 3, maybe 4 years ago, not that long, but long enough to be history. It was absolutely devastating. No less than 3/4 of the city was leveled in spell and violence. Demons were summoned, devils were summoned to battle the demons. Cloud kills and lightning bolts and meteor storms destroyed 3/4 of the entire civilization, and around about the same amount of populace as well. How did being amid that cataclysm affect you?
And I mean, that was pretty much the last straw, as it were. I mean, after that point, I'm looking for the fucking door. Like, I want nothing to do with like my ideals were, you know, fighting for the cause of humanity. I mean, if that means killing fucking, you know, half orcs and goblins and shit, I'm all for that. But this was something else entirely. You know, this has nothing to do with you know, the strength of the species. This is one dude's power trip. This is one god's power trip.
You weren't there then when Bane was reborn, because he's only been reborn for the past year or so. About a year and a half ago, he manifested, burst himself out of his own avatar, killing the avatar in the process. Have you been on the run from the Zentarum, fearing that they'll catch up with you and subject you to the other side of the Bane Death, or why don't you go and join up with the Zentarum again now that they've become a reorganized, efficient military unit?
It's like this. I've been kind of jumping in on units here and there. Like, I haven't officially quit, but I've been, you know, fudging my papers here, putting in a good word or a bribe or a lie here and there, and I've been moving further and further from their center of power. And eventually that ends me out protecting fucking caravans in the Aranok.
Alright. And so that's where that's what you've been doing until now. You're still technically a member of the Zentarum. You still get contract work with them, and you are a part of a caravan that is. You're part of. That's right. You're part of a caravan crossing Anarok. Is that what you're doing when you meet these other guys?
Yeah. Something like that. Some sort of protection or guarding a group of like slaves being transported, something along those lines.
Sure. All right. Well, we'll put you aside for a moment, and we'll examine the life of the senior Bedeen member. So, how old are you?
Razul is about 50.
Yeah. Okay.
50,
Cool.
55. Yeah, early to mid 50s.
All right. What have you done with your life that you are still, well, quite frankly, no more use than the average tribal warrior?
I think it will probably be a bit more clear as we discuss Loin's character, but the birth of my daughter was pretty significant, and I think given the way kind of society works here, you know, like the man is the law of the house kind of thing, it's on me to sort of to nurture what is like a great gift. So I think Razul kind of puts his own ambition on hold to raise his daughter properly.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
So there's every chance that you were a better warrior 30 years ago, 20 years ago than you are now. Like
he's certainly not in his prime, yeah, but he was something. He was something. It was a weapon back in the day. He'll tell you all about it.
But you've softened and regressed and gotten a layer of fat around your belly.
Mm.
All right. So, what were your early days like then? How did you misspend your youth?
Early days would have been pretty, I think, pretty standard. Would have become like growing up in such a hostile climate. It would have been very, very much would have been a case of learn quickly or sort of fall behind. So, from a young age, Razul has, I guess, kind of been forced to be like a pretty honed individual. You have to be kind of precise. You have to know the lay of the land. So a lot of his youth, I think, would have been learning those skills up until he would have been old enough to raid. Yeah, at which point, fuck, that sounds pretty cool. Let's do it. Let's go secure some stuff for our people.
So what went wrong? Why aren't you? Why are you a pariah?
Yeah, I think. I imagine perhaps a string of potentially bad luck. Maybe. Say, perhaps. What goes wrong? Yeah, I think botching a couple of these would be the safest bet. Underestimating foes, perhaps even being at fault. Perhaps making a major underestimating a caravan's security, perhaps, or numbers. At which point, maybe I've been given the opportunity to give the go ahead, and it's gone horribly wrong. At which point, it's been like, okay, this possibly isn't for me. And we'll relax. And I guess this would have probably happened shortly before I would have, my wife would have fallen pregnant, I guess. So this would have been like, around the time of, I imagine, 30. So the 20s have been and gone, and then by this time it's, starting to slow down.
Well, one tactical error is not enough to make you an exile among your own people. People make mistakes, and while there might have been a lot of people who took it personally, who lost their brothers or their uncles, their fathers, due to your tactical error, that's not enough to truly make you an exile from your society. It's enough to get hated, but it's not enough to have you exiled.
Yeah.
So why is it that you've turned your back on society, or why has society turned their back on you?
Yeah. At this point, I think it might be good to clarify how we're kind of approaching how we're meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Because as I understand it, we are captured by Zentarum and then freed at a later point by Flint, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I have a bit of an idea for how that could go.
All right. Well, we'll cut over to the third character then. How old are you?
Late teens, somewhere 17 to 19 range, probably more in the 19 range.
And what's the circumstances of your birth?
I'd say pretty typical upbringing for a female Bedine.
No special signs, no trumpets of angels or anything. You're just another girl born in a desert tent.
Yeah, there might have been a sign, perhaps. Was the Bedine, if I understand correctly, they worship some variants of old Netherese gods.
Yeah, that's right, which are variants of modern gods as well. Saloon and Mistra come to mind. Shondulkul is the god of wandering and winds. They worship him as well. They just don't use those names.
Yeah, so
Lathander.
perhaps the Bedine aspect of Saloon, perhaps on the day of my birth, during the night there might have been a particularly bright formation in the stars or something like that, which might have been interpreted as a sign that I was more significant than the average child.
And yet, were you?
Yeah, and I'd imagine at some point during my childhood, I might have manifested some of these divine traits, like perhaps my father comes home slightly injured from a raid, and I like touch his wound curiously, and accidentally heal it. And then I'd imagine I would have been brought before the Sheik to decide whether this is some sort of witchcraft or a divine gift of the gods, or something like that.
Yeah. Alright. You're the leader, the Mage Slayer. We'll call him the Sheik. I can't think of what the term is at the moment. The chief. You're brought before him, and you know the cultural mores. Magic is forbidden. Magic is the purview of that which lies beneath the sands, the kings that sleep.
Indeed.
Then you should have let your father die. You know, why did you invoke darkness for the sake of life?
I guess didn't even mean to. Like I just touched it, and the wound knit together.
The foolishness of a woman and the innocence of a child can both be forgiven, and thus, if you never do it again, you are permitted to stay among your people. So, why is it that you end up being exiled?
Perhaps it just happens again. My father comes back from another raid, except this time his wound is far more severe, and it looks like he's not going to make it this time.
Let him die.
And even though
They counsel, let him die. This is the way of nature. This is life. Life is death.
And even I, at this point, would be agreeing with them, I suppose. It's the way it is.
The way it is.
yeah, and then I guess I would heal you regardless, which might get us both exiled, in the sense that by me healing you, you're somehow complicit in that act. Like you have responsibility for my actions, and so because you weren't able to control me and forbid me from doing it,
Yeah.
you're exiled by extension.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Like, as you say, you weren't able to control your woman, therefore you're not much of a man. And what's more, and this is, there is a grain of truth to this, calling upon arcane entities for power, for salvation, is a dangerous and dark path. Quite frankly, that's how we get warlock. And the common Bedine certainly can't tell the difference between a faith healer and a warlock and a wizard. They're all, using mysterious energies to solve everyday problems. The pair of you are excellent little champ, and everyone turns their back on you. You are Bedine now in name only.
Yeah, and I guess while we're struggling to survive on our own in the desert, we spy a passing Zentarum caravan. We're vastly outnumbered, but we're running low on supplies, and we've got no choice really but to try and raid it and take what we can. And of course, it fails horribly, and we get captured.
2 people raid a caravan, even if the caravan's only 3 bloody camels long. do you murder everyone and take their stuff? How do two people raid?
I think we try and approach quietly. You know, wait for them to set up for the night, kind of thing.
Yeah, and like encroach and under the shadows, like to pick off like a crate of supplies here and there, and try and get away without being seen, rather than run in, swinging swords.
Yeah, it would draw too much attention.
And if you do get away, you manage to pilfer some goods. They're carrying silks and incense. They're carrying gold. They're carrying food and water. What do you take?
I imagine it'd be food and water in the desert.
Mm.
All right. Even though the things that you take aren't of particularly high material value, the Zentarum need them to survive every bit as much as you do. And they have no choice but to track you down. It's not even a question of law. It's not a question of revenge. It's a question of survival. They need those supplies just the same as you do. And so they do track you down, but it's not their hunters that find you, but rather a wizard on top of a manticore. And in the open desert sands among the dunes and the rocks, there is very few ways that you can hide from aerial surveillance. So you were eventually captured by a wizard. He is an aging wizard. The guy is probably 50 or 60 years. But he rides his manticore like a professional. Do you give resistance or do you surrender?
Mm.
I think there's nothing for it really. This beast and then this witch. Who knows? Rather not.
Placed in shackles, and the wise thing to do would just be to kill the man at this point. He's hardly going to be worth spending 10 days of food and water on just to get him to the slave pits where he's going to die anyway. But the girl, on the other hand, girls are valuable, particularly young ones. Why is it then that they don't just chop off Razul's head and make off with his daughter?
I think at this point Razul is able to make use of his lay of the land and the knowledge of what the desert sort of has to offer.
And
yeah, that's what else can he offer? I guess. I suppose he might reveal, perhaps if this wizard would be interested, in an array of exotic cacti and other such plants that might have alchemical value, or perhaps they're good for making poisons.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that.
Yeah.
I know what the Zentarum like.
They initially don't trust you, so they force, whenever you say, "Oh, this cactus is good to drink," they force your daughter to, eat it first, drink it first. And due to your trustworthy nature, your lack of deception, the fact that you sell out for the sake of your life, they keep you alive. They're going to take you to the pits, they'll sell you to a slave trader, and you'll probably die with a sword in your hand.
Yeah, I was also going to suggest that perhaps in exchange for not killing my father, I'd also my divine gifts to heal injured Zentarum as much as the thought pains me.
Really, your divine gifts that they're selling you for, but once they find out that you're a witch, you're worth more money now, and they consider diverting and taking you down to Serpent Bridge since they pay a lot of money for witches. Serpent Bridge. But we never make it. The decision never actually occurs. For some reason, one of the Zentarum soldiers who's been with the organization for his entire life has a sea change. Why is that?
Oh man, see, like, this has been kicking around in my head for the last 2 years. I've been up and down like half the fucking continent here. And I guess what really kind of sells it here is he sees a really kindred spirit in Raul. I mean, he's feeling betrayed by his own people, and he's had to sell them out to the people that are essentially killing them in order to survive. And I guess he thinks, like, fuck, dude, if he's allying with the Zentarum, he might as well ally with me, right? Like, let's do this shit and get the hell out of Dodge.
Alright. I suppose risking your life to free some people who are proficient in desert craft. How do you break them out? Yeah? Yeah. How do you break them out, and how do you survive the pursuit? Since they've got a manticore to find you with.
Alrighty. This is it's really something that, you know, only somebody so honest, like, effectively a guard. Because I checked it, I got stats of a guard pretty much right now. So, effectively, I'm just kind of one of the caravan guards, but I develop a relationship with Raul. We, like, share smokes or something when we're out on night watch or some shit. We get to share a bit of our stories with each other and develop something as much as you can to one of your captors as, like, a prison guard captor sort of relationship with a bit of a friendship there, like a humanizing aspect to it. And at some point or another, you know, take a minor injury, meet your daughter, see that she is also, you know, a magic user and a healer to. So essentially, the plan I come up with is this: is I'm gonna frame one of these other motherfuckers.
All right.
Like,
all right.
and so, oh,
yeah. So how does that work? Like, what's the scenario?
Alrighty, so what I do here is I pick a night that we're about to leave camp here, and me and Raul, we've worked this out. We've got a plan to this where we're gonna steal a bunch of supplies, and we're gonna take. And they think we're gonna go towards the High Forest and towards the Sword Coast, but what we'll do is we're gonna double back the other direction and go towards Daggerford, because, like, what kind of fucking fool would try to run the other way across
the desert? Yeah,
right.
That's right.
Like,
cool.
It's terrible and it's genius. So what I do is we've got this other, you know, there's always that guy in every military unit. He's a drunk. He's fucking piss poor to work with. He's bad at it. And essentially, I'm gonna kind of play it up here, like there's some sort of struggle, and he tries to kill Raul, and runs off into the desert, you know, taking the woman because, you know, he's a shitty Zentarum piece of shit. And essentially, I'm gonna frame my own death and frame this other dude running off into the desert. But what's really gonna happen is I'm just gonna knife him in the neck in his sleep, and I'm gonna bury his body. We grab the supplies and get the fuck out of Dodge. We make a little mess out of there and just run off in a moonless night.
Your murder and treachery pays off to some degree, at least. And you begin crossing the desert, the appropriately named shoals of thirst that have been the death of countless people before. You avoid the Black Road, which is the Zentarum trade route, but don't avoid it too far because you don't want to get completely lost, and it's one of the only markers in Anarok. It's not a road per se. There's no tiles. There's no cobblestones. But every half mile or so, there's a marker, a caravan marker, or a small oasis, or some other thing that's useful for a caravan. Anyway, you avoid the Black Road to some degree as you make your way across the largest desert in the world. But and yeah, look at the size of the fucking thing. 500 miles wide. It's huge. Yeah. It's a big desert. Anyway, yeah, about halfway through what might be a 2-month journey, certainly it's at least a month, you come across the most unusual, spectacular, and awe-inspiring, horrifying sight. There is a shadow which sits over the mountains beside the Shadow Sea. There isn't meant to be a source of water here. There isn't meant to be one. But somehow, almost overnight, unseasonably, there hasn't been any rain here for 2 years. somehow a lake the size of a small sea has formed in the hilt of the mountains called the Scimitar Spires, and atop that shadow sea, levitating maybe about 500 yards in the air, 1,500 feet in the air, is a great darkness, a great globe of blackness, like a massive inky void itself, at least half a mile in diameter. And this great big floating ball of nothingness or blackness hovers above the sea, casting its own shadow onto this mysterious lake. Do you dare to investigate?
Am I aware of the significance of this? That's a big old chunk of rock floating up in the air, at least, right?
Yeah, you've never seen anything like it before.
Start praying to all the old gods.
I don't know. I'm just gonna drop that out there. Have I ever heard of a chunk of floating earth like that?
You can make a history check, or did you just make one? You just did make one. It's no, you haven't heard of such an occurrence. This is some time of troubles level of weirdness.
That sounds like something we best stay away from. I've been a lot of different places. I've seen some fucked up shit, but I ain't never seen someone. This basically looked like someone picked a chunk of they made this lake by throwing the chunk up there.
An assumption you could make. There's no evidence that there is a chunk up there, though. There's just inky blackness. And even if they did make the hole in the earth, where did the water come from?
Wait, there's a black hole in the sky? Is that it?
Did you not hear me say that? Yeah, that's right.
It's like a half-mile wide globe of Vanta black, essentially.
Oh man, that sounds like the end of the world if I ever heard it.
Let's not go anywhere near that.
Yeah.
And keep moving.
Oh man, my connection skipped a little bit, so I heard half mile thing of Earth, and I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, no, it's like
a little out there. A half mile floating black orb of God knows fucking what.
Inky blacknesses, yeah.
Potential Oh man, yeah, that sounds like the hell out of Dodge.
All right.
Give it a wide berth and keep moving.
If we can survive.
Yeah. You eventually cross the desert in its entirety, but there remains yet other obstacles to get past, namely Sand Fort Shembrel. Right here at the very edge of the... maybe it might be better off switching over to a different map at this point. Here we go. Give me one moment. Drag the map closer so that it's easier to use. Okay, so in the I'll just zoom up a little bit, but in the top left-hand corner you'll see the wait a minute, no, there's still other tokens on here. Give me. All right, take you back. So up here in the top left is more or less where this is the Black Road. You're a little bit off the map, but not by much. Sand Fort Shembrel sits more or less right here at the edge of the Black Road. Sand Fort Shembrel is a series of tents, marquees and tents, and this is the Zentarim's base on the eastern side of Anarok. This is where all of the incense that they find, all of the opium, all of the slaves get they all go through the Sandfort. It's got to about 200 soldiers, making it bigger than some hamlets. The this ridge here, I won't describe it too significantly, but you know what a switchback is, right? Where you walk along the side of a mountain.
Oh, it's kind of like a way of carving in stairs or something, right?
Is
Like a path up.
Exactly right.
Does it zigzag up the side of like a cliff face kind of thing?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So this road sticks up and down, switching back and switching back. But the entire time, on the left-hand side, on the northern side, there's just a sheer drop. To begin with, it's only small, but it'll gradually become definitely lethal. Meanwhile, while there's always a drop on the north, there's always mountainside on the south. Now, this is, I guess, the obvious path to go. It rises and rises and rises and rises, and eventually will fall and fall and fall. But there is another path. You don't have to take the mountain ridge. You could go through the border forest, which is rumoured to be haunted by lycanthropes and cannibals.
What do you think, Raoul? How's your sword arm these days, old man?
It's still pretty good. I think either way is difficult. But I think the less Zentarum we have to deal with, the better. At least for now.
Well,
Yeah, and if the Zentarum catch wind of the fact that you've been through here, it'll mean our whole ruse was for nothing.
well, if they haven't caught us yet, I don't think they know exactly where we are here. I think maybe if we can try to catch on and tag along another caravan and get through the security, kind of just like pulling our weight along like some other just caravaneers, or we potentially just bluff our way through, like the security guard, like the Zentarum are tight asses, yes, but this one particular guard, the gods are looking out for us. He's not having the best day of his life that day, and he's not paying attention. Like, we only got to talk to like 2 or 3 people. There's no sudden moves. Easy.
That would be opportune. It would be, I think it might be easier if we try to join another caravan passing through, rather than doing it with the 3 of us.
Indeed. Safety to when you can blend into a group.
It's easier for us to keep our head down that way.
To your dismay, however, you discover that the Zentarum have a monopoly on the Black Road. It is their road. They built it. They maintain it, and they keep it jealously. The only other alternative would be the Bedine. To call it a merchant caravan would be an exaggeration, but they are at least caravans. Men, their sons, the wives of the men and the sons, their goods, their slaves. There can be 12 camels in a trail like that. So those are, if you want to go with the caravan option, those are your only 2 options: the Zentarum or the Bedine.
I'd rather take my chances with the Bedine.
Would Dahlia or I know if I think it would be pretty logical to assume that they'd probably kill you on sight, because I don't think my words means much at the moment.
I do have something.
Yeah. But they'll be able to pick your ethnicity and your dress style, so it's unlikely that you'll be able to hide the fact that you are Bedine from them.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ex-Zentarum. Whether or not he's X or not, I don't think is going to matter.
Right.
Yeah, but
I can trade them the patterns and the strengths of the various caravans that are going across when they're going across. Getting the caravan schedule. Yeah, they want that. I'll give that to them. But I'm gonna burn my papers and tell them that I memorized it. Just in case. No, I don't speak Bedin, so you're gonna have to translate for me.
Yeah, we've got you covered.
Alright, so that's the plan then.
I think if we go to a place where we know they're at, we set up a camp and we just sit out there with a white flag for a day or so. I'm sure they'll find us.
And I think the Bedin likely use perhaps things like markers in the sand or like on cacti, bird calls perhaps. Maybe Dahlia and I happen upon something like that, or we're good at picking it up.
Absolutely.
As it is our way of life.
That's right. And so this caravan of seven camels, men, sons, all of their wives, they've got 2 or 3 each, and all of their slaves, they've got 2 or 3 each. They are coming towards your small oasis that you've found tucked away off the Black Road, probably 20 miles north of it. Yeah, it looks like a pretty big entourage. You wave them, wave to them and wait.
Yeah, pretty much wait for them to take me prisoner.
That's what they do. At about the range of about 300 feet, they start firing their short bows at you, not lethally, just landing them nearby. They surround you, and they enslave all of you. The Bedin slavers just as much as the Centauri. You're weak, you're pathetic, you can't fight back, and you're placed back in shackles. And they're about to take you back into the Anarok Desert.
See, I'm so much more useful than just a slave, you know? Like, I fucking hate the Zentarum. Fuck the Zentarum.
We'll make you a slave soldier. We'll give you a club and we'll send you in on the front line.
See, like, I've been riding with them for all my life. Like, you know the desert, but I know the Zentarum. I could help you.
Which is exactly why we should keep you close and in shackles. You will be my advisor, perhaps my lover.
Oof. Well, doesn't matter where I go, the army still fucks me.
I might try to appeal to this fellow's maybe I'm taking a punt here.
Yeah.
But perhaps to make use of the fact that my daughter has a particular set of skills, right? And I think I might try and exaggerate those skills, and even suggest that that her journey is one of great import, as was dictated at her birth, and them apprehending us like this is terrible, and terrible things will happen to them, to their wives, their daughters, if they don't quickly amend the situation.
The men are apprehensive, but they are not convinced. The men are apprehensive, but they are not convinced until the leader, their chief, their bandit chief, his eldest wife, who is every bit as old as he is, mid-50s, missing teeth, wrinkled skin, she chastises her husband and her sons for their foolishness. Can you not see that this woman is the child of destiny? Can you not see that the winds of destiny have blown them here? Let the winds keep blowing. You cannot hold the wind in check. And the men are suitably chastised. They don't want to listen to the wisdom of the old woman. But as any married man can tell you, even in a relation that is patriarchal, where the man holds all the power, women will still exert all of the influence around the kitchen table. And they concede, knowing that it can only mean terrible things to defy the oracle predictions of his wise old wife. The bandit chief sets you free. And they place you at the edge of the mountain pass. And you find yourself, they advise you sternly against going into the border forest. To do so would be death. and they advise you to simply do your best to cross the mountains. I'm sorry if I'm breaking up.
That's still you.
They arm you so that you'll survive. They warn that there are ogres in the heights, in the valleys of the mountain, and by the light of the moon, they wish you the best of good fortune.
Make sure to yeah.
Oof.
I think Razul makes a note of like if there's like a way of formally apologizing for any like misunderstanding or whatever. It's just like to leave in good faith kind of thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We'll bring back like 10 Zentarum scalps or some shit when we come back.
10 more than 10.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to set the bar too high right away.
A bag of holding full of scalps.
Oh, jeez. Gotta get a bag of holding, too. You can't go back to the Adarok then for a while. You owe me 2,000 scalps by now. The interest keeps going up.
That's right.
Alright, so we try our best on the mountain pass, I guess.
Oh,
So
baby.
you aren't harassed by Zentarum nor by ogres. In fact, it is goblins that cause you pain, a great deal of pain. They don't attack you until you're on the far side of an old ruined dwarven fortress. But they pursue you relentlessly. And they drive you with their black feathered arrows all the way down to Dagger Falls, which you finally reach here in early spring 1373.
Right.
Oh, man. What an origin story.
I know, backwards and forwards. In and out of shape.
That was... Man, that went from fucking the destruction of Zentil Keep back and forth across Orenog. That's quite a level 1. I earned that level 1.
Yeah, and there was some nice little character development there as well. Just even in the backstory, like how at first Razul forbid his daughter from healing him, but she did anyway, which caused him to be exiled. But then later played on that in order to get them out of the custody of their own people. So that's kind of like sort of an acceptance.
Bought us the time we needed at the very least.
Yeah, it was very interesting. It's not quite exactly what we had planned, but I think
yeah,
it's best not to get too married to a particular idea.
Mm.
I'm quite happy with what we've got. I think this is good.
Sick. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
holy shit.
I'll just add in real quick that as a Vuman, I've got the Inspiring Leader feat, which I'm going to flavor as, I guess, just spending time near me sort of empowers you in a certain way. And so, because we've been traveling together, you two would have 4 temporary hit points, I'd imagine. I'll post the
neat.
feat.
Goblin arrows notwithstanding.
Yeah, I imagine the extra 4 temp hit points to us all would have helped us take an arrow too, running from the goblins.
Yeah, that's the difference between life and death. Fucking 11 hit points is such a hard time, man.
It's 15 now. Effectively 15.
Who else we got?
Yeah. Who's next?
Yeah, who is that?
Thalamain. We'll go with Thalamain. Where are you from, Thalamain? Are you from an urban center or a rural one? A foreign land or a near one?
Pretty near. Less, like a lesser part of Coromir.
Excellent. So what were your parents? Did they have any prominence? Were they forgettable people?
They were pretty average people.
What did they do? What does an average person do? They have professions? Were they beggars?
They were tailors. They made clothes.
Perfect. And that is such an average job. We all need clothes, but we don't often think about where they came from or who makes them for us. Did your parents give you all that they could? Were you an afterthought? What was your relationship with your family growing up?
It was pretty good. They were pretty busy sometimes though, so they didn't have the most time to spend. But for the most part, they did all they could to help me and everything.
How did that affect you as a person? What sort of person have you grown into?
Pretty well. Pretty standard. Like they taught me decent morals and stuff, and I learned to appreciate people. And
Did you finish school?
for the most part, yeah. I
Why
didn't
not?
really excel, but I did completed it.
Yeah. Well, that's an achievement. Probably only 5% of people complete formal schooling, so it's an achievement unto itself. Why didn't you go on to become a mildly successful and forgettable tailor?
Well, for the most part, I didn't really learn that much I didn't really stick around. I never really got into it that much.
Or do you have brothers and sisters who'll take up the trade, or have you broken your parents' heart by ruining their business?
I had an older sister.
She was always skilled at these things, I imagine, a good business mind as well as a steady hand. You were only ever going to be her servant. Cormier is a patriarchal society, but women can own property. Women can represent their houses. So it would have been humiliating to be in the shadow of your older, more business-minded sister. What alternative did you choose?
I didn't really choose anything. I sort of just lounged around and became a bit of a deadbeat, so to speak.
You're a deadbeat. There you are, sitting on the edge of the inner sea, down by the beach, with your rum and lemon lime. Why aren't you still there? Why haven't you fallen into a cycle of alcoholism and awful jobs before marrying a woman who doesn't love you?
Well, that was my plan, but then
That was my plan.
a year ago, something happened.
Were you struck by lightning? Were you possessed by a fairy? What occurred?
I don't really know what happened. It just all of a sudden, for no apparent reason. Well, I had always had some sort of interest in magic. I'd always seen whether it was someone who came into town who wasn't good at it, or this and that, or whoever.
Right. So you just spontaneously started practicing magic?
Or sort of picked up what I could from people.
Oh,
It wasn't much, but it was just here and there.
Turns out that your formal education has served you fairly well. And why didn't you then go on to join the War Wizards, a good-paying, respectable job that would have taken advantage of your talents?
Because I was intelligent, but I wasn't that intelligent.
Yeah, fair enough.
I didn't really do that well in more came naturally to me than anything else. It was just with what I did know, I did well, but then it was hard for me to really learn anything else.
Yeah, natural talent, learning difficulties. I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
So what brings you all the way out of civilized Cormier into hillbilly Daggerdale?
Mainly trying to distance myself from my home.
All right. Well, traveling north was an experience. From the capital city of Suzail, which most journeys start in, you come to Arabelle. Arabelle's It's not a small village; it's a small town. But it was thoroughly destroyed about 3 years ago during goblin raids. They came along, they defeated the armies of Cormia, and they razed the town. It's being rebuilt now. It's got lovely fertile ground, and a farmland like this simply can't go to waste. Did you have any interest in stopping here in Arabelle, or why didn't you settle down in a town that's just begging for young men to come and help rebuild it?
Still felt too close. Still people who knew about what happened in it.
Indeed, too close. Maybe Tilverton. Tilverton, from what you heard, was a frontier town, the very edge of Cormia. Perhaps it's far enough away, but when you reach Tilverton, you find it a smoking ruin. There is nothing left of Tilverton but a great black dome of nothingness. It would appear that some great sphere of pure inky blackness has swallowed up the village completely. There are soldiers patrolling about a mile or two outside, and they tell you without any certainty that the ruins of Tilverton are off limits. Please either go back the way you came or keep moving around.
Well, I can't really go back the way it came.
Okay, back your way you came. So you head up towards what was up until last year. There was a realm founded here in this area. The realm was called Gloriana. Gloriana was the personal of a newly elected, I think a count. Pretty sure it doesn't matter. It might have been a duke. Whatever the case, Gloriana, which encompassed the area around about there, only lasted a year, maybe not even a year, before it imploded and fell in upon itself. Lost to raiders and negligence by a lord that didn't seem to care very much about his own territory. So you make your way through the ruins of civilization that almost but not quite was, and then finally cross the final 200 miles before you reach Dagger Falls. There are really only two settlements of note in between them. One is Shadowdale, which is friendly towards elves and wizards and bards, and the other is Serpent Bridge, which is friendly towards merchants and people who seek items and equipment that you can't get anywhere else because it's you have to make the decision at a place called the Minotaur's Rest, which sits around about here. The Minotaur's Rest, really nothing more than a shed that pretends to be a tavern or an inn, and it's got a pit in the middle. It seems like everywhere around here has a pit. Fighting pits are a cultural tradition in the Dales. So here at the Minotaur's Rest, you meet a toothless old alcoholic called Smiley, who owns the place. Do you want his advice, or do you simply make the decision to either go to Shadowdale or Serpent Bridge based on your own instinct?
If I've heard of these places and about their reputation, then I'll probably go to the Shadowdale.
Indeed. Smiley thinks that it was the wise choice. And you just barely miss becoming a part of the original group who left here from Shadowdale. You would have been in town at the same time as them. You would have seen them. Maybe you even shared a beer with them. Maybe you even had plans to meet up with them. In any case, you don't stay in Shadowdale very long. And when you reach Dagger Falls, you discover that the guards are quite apprehensive to new arrivals. They want to know what business that you have in town and who you associate with.
Really, just myself. I'm just coming in, seeing what I can see.
This ain't a tourist town, son. Ain't much to see here. What's your real motivation for being here?
I don't really know. I'm just sort of wondering. I haven't known what I've been doing for a few months.
You get by then, son. Ain't you got a trade?
Not really.
No hopers like yourself can still find place to settle yourself down in Dagger Falls. Well, maybe if you're looking for work, there's work as a caravan guard. There's work as a local guard. You just go and check out the community notice board up there. You should be able to find something that suits your particular fancy.
Thank you, I guess.
I guess. And so you wander into yet another little rustic hillbilly town, no closer to your destiny, as far as you're aware, than you were yesterday, with no particular guiding ambition, aspiration, or even prevailing attitude. You settle down beside the river, and it's really not much difference to sitting down on the beach. You're still a wastrel. And I guess that's that. You're gonna do some fishing, have a sleep, look up girls' skirts, just pass out. Just I've walked 20 miles today. I'm going to bed.
And time for a nap.
Truly a wastrel. All right, Ziovi, tell us where your character originated.
Luna was it Jaegerman's? Is what it said?
Was where, sorry?
She would have grown up in the Dales itself.
Sure.
As like a poacher, I guess, but I don't know if...
Perfect.
Like King's Land, so...
Yeah, well, that's right. I like to say I was not really a poacher, more of a hunter. There's nothing illegal about killing bears.
Yep. Family, just a long line of hunters in the area, just fur trader.
All right. It's a respectable business. Were your family, since your family are locals, they were inevitably caught up in the politics of the Zentarum invasion. Were your family particularly loyal to the old lords, the Morns, before the Zentarum came?
Yeah, probably.
And so when the Zentarum did come 40 years ago, 42, something like that, and they overthrew the Morn family, this is before your time, of course, how did your family deal with that? Did they keep trading? Did they rebel? Did they? Yeah. What was their reaction to that?
A little of both. They'd mostly be trading, but when they saw an opportunity to strike at the Zentarum, they wouldn't hesitate.
Brilliant. Just born raiders, born reavers. Perfectly happy to strike a deal in your mead horn. If they catch you out on the road alone, then you're fair game. Yeah.
Yep.
Fully understand that. So, is your father, your elder brother, or if there are any women in your family who are martially inclined, do you have any older family members who participated in the guerrilla war that was eventually successful about 3 years ago?
Both my parents, but they both died in a failed raid, kind of near the end.
Well, were they? I suppose they would have been recognised for their sacrifice, though. You know, these are people who died for the cause, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Well, that will make you something of not necessarily a local hero because you haven't done anything to earn it, but you've got some really big shoes to fill. Mummy and Daddy were both prominent local citizens, but they were more than that. They were damn heroes. Can you ever live up to that?
No, she's probably not going to try to.
Yeah.
Eke out a living, keep her remaining family alive and fed. Try to keep the place safe as much as he can, but necessarily searching for adventure, just it happens to find her a lot.
Yeah. So, specifically, which forest, or if it was a forest that you lived in, specifically which forest or which part of the land did you grow up in? Yeah, there are different things happening in different forests, so I'd be interested to know where you were hunting.
Probably be more in the border forest.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Do you have a religion?
Yes, but I don't remember the god's name. It was the harvest.
Oh yeah, Shauntia, most popular god in the world because who doesn't like to eat? Yeah. Adventurers tend to think Mistra, goddess of magic, is the strongest, maybe Tempest, god of battle, but that's not the case. Shauntia is almost without question the most powerful of the gods, because there are so many damn farmers, and farmers love to pray for a good harvest. However, while Shauntia is probably the most popular god in the lowlands, in the cleared dales, the border forest is a little bit different. They worship the nature gods. And Shauntia is a nature god, but she's a civilized nature god, right? She's a god of tilling the land. Whereas in the border forest, they tend to worship Sylvanus, the ancient oak father. And they worship Eldath, the peaceful waters, a pacifist god. They worship Maliki, who is a mischievous, friendly, and beautiful maiden who gives animals the ability to speak. She's the goddess of bards and the harpers. But also popular is the very sinister god of Malar. Malar teaches that men and beasts are the same, and that there is no difference between eating a man's flesh or eating the flesh of a sheep. And indeed, there is no difference between farming people as there is farming sheep. There is no difference in wearing the skin of humans, even as we wear the skins of our livestock. And if it's okay to eat veal and lamb, well, it's okay to eat children as well. And the Malarites are a potent force. Your family, well, not necessarily Malarites, would have almost certainly invoked the name of the beast god in order to get a successful hunt. It's it's a very common practice around here. So I'd ask you, have you ever eaten human flesh?
She hasn't, but her clan has in the past when times
Yeah.
were rough. They
Yeah.
try to avoid it.
Right. Yeah, right. Pragmatic, practical people, but they don't openly participate in the blood rites anymore.
Yeah, she respects Malek, but out of fear, not respect.
Right. Let me tell you about a tradition called the blood hunt. Blood hunt involves capturing a particular individual, usually someone highly civilized. A lawyer is a typical captive. Lawyers represent all that is decadent and corrupt and exploitable about the civilized world. They will take this captive, this important bureaucrat, and they give them an hour. All the druids get together, and they get together with their beasts, their beast companions, panthers and bears and owls and wolves, and they give them an hour. And they can run in any direction they want. And because Malar is the god of the hunt, he respects the hunt. If they can get away, if they can survive throughout the night and live until dawn, then they get to live. But it's usually pretty hard to evade druids and wild animals in their own territory by night. It's quite challenging. Have you ever participated in a blood hunt?
On the sidelines.
Yeah.
That makes sense to you.
It does. Yeah. You're at the concert, but you're not headbanging.
A little headbanging, but she's
Yeah. Well, these targets are chosen for a reason, right? Like as you could probably establish, it's they don't go and pick the purest virgin with the kindest heart. They find someone who sucks. They set them free for now. All right. Well, do you still have your own place? Have you got like a little hut up in the forest, a bit of property?
Yeah, her family would have a couple of brothers, sister, cousins.
Oh yeah.
Big old hunting clan. She kind of took over the trading part of it, so she travels between the hut and Dagger Falls quite often.
Okay, perfect. They call your people hill tribes. It's not really fair. I mean, you live in the forest, not the bloody hills. But anyway, they call you the hill tribes.
It's on a hill.
It's on a hill, right?
On a hill in the forest.
I stand by the fact that I'm a hill tribeswoman. You know, like, that's not an insult to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can count above the number of teeth I've got. Don't worry. Beautiful. And so you're not a Dale Lander per se. You're a hill tribesman. That's, you know, it's certainly closer to being a barbarian than it is to being a farmer. But you worship the same gods. You drink at the same inns and taverns, and you no doubt have a few friends here in Dagger Falls. So guess what? There's been a massacre. You know that prick, that wizard that was hanging around the Ancient Arms Inn. You don't drink at the Ancient Arms. That's the Richmond's pub, right? But there's some dickhead from the foreign lands to the south. Do you hear what happened?
Oh, I heard his head's caved in by a minotaur.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And it's that cool minotaur from down Serpent Ridge Way. You might have heard of him. He killed like a dozen goblins or something single-handedly. I don't know the details, but you have heard of that story, haven't you?
Oh, of course.
Of course you have. Yeah, interesting times. Yeah, maybe there's some people who can tell you more.
I'll be on the lookout for new faces in town. Ready to hear all the stories. What's going on in the world.
Excellent. And so that is where you will meet some of the new characters. And we will just move over to... We've got 2 left to go, right? 3. How many?
2, I think.
2, it looks like.
Yeah, Kefka and Rex.
That's correct.
Let's go with Kefka to begin with. Okay, so Kefka, are you a local man?
No.
How far have you travelled to be here?
I traveled far from Rashomon. Am I saying that right? The place near Thay? Rashomon?
A long way away, over here, somewhere. Here? Right up there, is it? Right. Which is why you're positioned there. That makes sense. Alright, Rashomon is a really interesting land. I have a bit of a soft spot for Rashomon, and I've never ever run a game there. I don't think I've even run an encounter there. But Rashomon is really interesting because it's a matriarchal society, one of the very few human societies run by women. And it's not just run by women, it's run by witches. The men serve these witches, and because there's no formal cities, the men are effectively barbarians. So you've got these mask-wearing witches in control of hordes of frenzied barbarians who serve them to the death because they are in love with them. You know, in many cases, these women are their mothers or their wives or their cousins. And so it's a very tribal society, but it's also a very sophisticated, highly cultured society of violence and nature worship. So how did you fit into this most unusual of civilization?
My family, the Lukavi family, live in the mountains, and not that they don't really count as citizens as Rashomon, but they still do trades and such. But they kind of live isolated. It's in the mountains as a clan of elves. But Kefka would like to from time to time, like he would just visit the city, and because he was always curious, being bored inside all the time.
Hang on a sec. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Someone's using the Wi-Fi here, and I'm not sure if it's going to interfere. So you're an elf, are you?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've probably been around for a while. Then are you 100 years old? How old are you?
When I was first in Rashomon, I would say I would be about to turn 100. I had a rebellious kind of childhood because my family has a long history of blade singers and being assassins, and you choose one or the other. There's no other path you really take in this family. Rather than doing blade singing or becoming an assassin, I chose to just run away once I was of age, with enough money I had, just as far away as I could from this place.
All right. So you took the money and ran. How did you? So your family was fairly isolated by nature and by choice. Did did anything ever happen to you or your people? Like 100 years is a long time for countless cataclysms and coups and dragon attacks would occur. Did anything like that happen, or were you always so withdrawn? Were your society so hidden that you managed to stay out of everything?
The children are mainly isolated, but when they come of age, they make their services to basically any of hire. So if you wanted a blade singer or an assassin as a guard, you have the gold where we could do, we'll give you one. Mostly elves are only supposed to learn blade singing, but if you're a nobleman of means, like a wizard with enough gold, hey, we'll teach you it. Even though it's really forbidden, but that's the most interaction we have. So it's mainly through criminal underworlds where we make most of our money from.
All right. Okay, so it's a long way between Rashomon and the Dales. Like a long way, right? More than 1,000 miles. How is it that you manage to cross so much space without, becoming a level 7 character? How is it that you've avoided gaining the experience that would make you more powerful than you already are?
I basically used all of the fortune that I had to basically pay people off to travel me to basically get to Daggerford, and I'm actually I'm actually at the last of my money here, so I'm kind of in a panic because I've been a rich boy all my life, and I've never dealt with being poor, so I'm kind of nervous and actually trying to find a job for the first time in my life.
Yeah, that's actually really quite interesting, and quite different to the normal heroic journey that people tend to go on. So you initially were, I guess, protected by some of the Rashomani barbarians. how far did they get you, and what route did you take? Yeah, did they take you to the sea, or did you go across the land?
I guess. Just I guess whatever the fastest route would be, where my money could take me.
Probably the sea then. So yeah, you go through the lands of Rashomon and into the merchant kingdom of Thesk, which is where the Golden Horde, the Mongols of this world, were eventually stopped. And you reach the city of Teflon, which has one of the highest populations of half-orcs anywhere in the world. Catch a boat and sail. I don't know. I guess you dock in Cormier as well, although you might come through the Moon Sea. Which one do you do? Do you go up to the Moon Sea or down through Cormier?
I go through the Moon Sea.
Right. And you discover a place that is racked with war. The Dragon Reach is relatively peaceful. It's mostly just merchant trading. But once you hit the Moon Sea itself, each of the city-states that line the coast are struggling against the others. Though it does look like Zental Keep is about to conquer them all, which is kind of ironic because Zental Keep lies in ruins, 3/4 of it destroyed. So you see some incredible sights as you travel across the Sea of Fallen Stars with its pirates and its sea elves, and then up the Dragon Reach with its merchants from all over the world, and across the Moon Sea, where countless navies clash against each other. Before you wouldn't want to dock in Hillsfar, because if you're an elf, they're going to just throw you straight into the pits and force you to fight. So you instead get out of the ruins of Zental Keep and make your way down towards Dagger Falls from the north. You're eventually apprehended around about 3 miles outside of town by some of Randall Morn's outriders. They've got their chainmail, they've got their horse, their short bows, their lances, their spears. And they demand to know who you are and what business you have coming from the moons.
I show them my signet. I say I am Kefka Lukavi. I'm sure you know of this name.
Your assurances proved to be completely incorrect. They've never heard of you, and as far as they know, all of the Elven nobles are dead. They left with the retreat 50 years.
With the remainder of my money, I say, is there a way we could, just look past this confrontation?
You think you can bribe us? Throw him in shackles, boys. And so your introduction to Dagger Falls is being dragged away in manacles for bribing an attempted bribe of an officer and also suspected association with the Zantara. You're brought before Randall Morn's daughter, and she says, "Well, what have we got here? Why don't you tell me what you're doing in these parts? Don't see many elves, certainly not that don't come from poor Manthor."
I'm telling you, you're making a grave mistake. I am a noble. I am just merely traveling to these lands. I have no business with these Zantara people that you speak of.
Show her that you are indeed noble, that you have your signet ring and other means of proving it. She slaps the guards across the side of the head. Didn't he dang tell you that he was nobility? You can't go arresting an elf like this for no reason. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize that you were who you are. See, my men are a little bit on edge at the moment. There's been a bit of chaos here. We've had a bit of a murder. See, elves are known for their intelligence and their impartiality. Any chance I could hire you to be an investigator into this conflict?
Sure, as long as I do not mind this at all.
Stop in. You can put your feet up and the ancient arms in. It's going to need a bit of refurbishment after the burning down and what. But say, we'll give you 5 gold pieces to get you started and see if you can't, try to be like an independent third party and try to get to the bottom of this.
I should do my best. Let me rest and get a drink first.
Shows you the 5 gold, shows you the ancient arms in. And it's as destroyed as she says it is. A couple of fireballs went off here in the middle of it. That's what it looks like anyway. And you put your feet up. You get a glass of brandy, and you relax for the first time in 1,500 miles.
It's once I go to sleep, this is where I turn into a Kalashtar. After Malik is murdered, the quarry comes into my dreams and is basically like begging, like kind of like a fleeing, like trying to just flee somewhere to like occupy, like a refugee from a warring country. He's like, please, let me occupy, like, so I merge with him in my dreams.
Awesome. And under what conditions does Lukavi accept? Like, is it just, come on, demon, jump in me? Or does he make some sort of pact?
I don't believe it's real at first. To me, it's just a dream, and this guy is really annoying me, and he won't shut up. So I say, just whatever you, just to shut you up, just go ahead, and just, yes, you can occupy my body. Yes, I don't care.
Beautiful. I like one of those fairy contracts where they say, "Can I have your name, sir?" "Yes, my name is John." And suddenly the fairy owns you, soul and skin. You've signed yourself into a soul bond that you didn't understand. Alright, and for the first time in your life, you sleep just like a mortal.
And when I wake up, my senses are very different, like not having dark vision and things of that nature. Yeah, I feel very weird. So I'm hearing a voice in my head, so I'm still getting used to that.
It's a voice who knows the answers to the mysteries that you've been hired to solve. So, I guess there is that.
Huh.
Back to the Desert Mouth Mountains. Rex.
Yes.
Ask you the origins of your people or of your parents because you don't know what they are or who they were. All that you know is that you grew up in the incorrectly labeled Tasseldale. It's actually Tarkandale. You grew up in the ruins of Tarkandale, called the Lost Dale. Tarkandale was destroyed quite some time ago for reasons that escape me at the moment. Might have been a dragon attack, might have been an earthquake, might have been a combination of disasters. But they refer to Tarkandale as the Lost Dale. As far as most people are concerned, it's more legend than myth, although historians will tell you that it did exist once upon a time and that its ruins can still be found. More or less west, maybe northwest of Serpent Bridge. Serpent Bridge is down in this direction somewhere. But while you might not know your origin story, your life has been one of severe oppression. You live in the shadow of a tremendous dragon who has many names, but locally he's called Chromothoraxis. Locally he's called Chromothoraxis. He does have other names as well. He's one of the largest dragons anywhere in the world, and certainly the largest here in this region. It's highly unlikely that there is a dragon as large as him anywhere in the Dales. Maybe nowhere. You might even have to go beyond the Sea of Fallen Stars or beyond the Beastlands to find one larger. He is the apex predator for 1,000 miles in any direction. Chromothoraxis is a very domineering overlord. None of you are allowed to leave. None of you are allowed to travel beyond the vicinity of the ruins of Tarkandale. And you live to serve. You live to generate money and add to his hoard. So, how did you contribute to Chromothoraxis' hoard? How did you spend the first 10 years of your life as a slave? What did you do to make him rich and powerful?
I would assume probably like mining or exploring the ruins, trying to bring in more resources.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, all right. Were you ever involved in any sort of complication? A mine collapse, a gas leak, a guy going crazy and killing everyone?
Nothing too crazy, I don't think. I was thinking that he worked in this mine, and some of the miners, there was some talk about maybe getting together and, trying to escape. I think that would be the biggest thing that he would be involved in. He'd be just a kid.
All right. So you're a very young dragonborn at this stage. You don't know what year it is, what season it is. You haven't been taught these simple factors. What role did you play in the rebellion?
It was more like he was just one of the miners were talking and trying to escape. After one of our shifts, and it just turned out this kid is part of our shift, so we can't, I guess, leave him behind, so we're taking him with us. He wasn't he was just sort of like the guy in the prison break who was just there, so you gotta bring him along or silence him.
Which is why, when you were captured and apprehended and brought back, which is why you weren't skinned and gutted and filleted and rolled in salt and spices and herbs and then crumbed and then placed inside a massive boiling cauldron of oil, impaled upon a lance to serve as a kind of kebab dragon. How did you feel seeing your brethren in that situation?
I mean, even though they're only just because they had to almost, he was still pretty sickened by the whole ordeal. It kind of just lit a fire inside of him. Really just wanted to escape even more, he got a little taste of it, and now he's really planning, just packing up, getting as many supplies as he can, and just trying to run away.
Live with not just Dragonborn, you also live with the Sauriels, who are a dinosaur race, dinosaur humanoids, the last of their kind. It's just you two species, the Dragonborn and the Sauriels. But whereas the Sauriels are a dying race, all but exhausted, your race is brain. You don't know who your parents were, but you don't know who your neighbors' parents were either. It's gold and red, blue and black, white and bronze. All of the Dragonborn have the same origin story. There is none. All they can remember is being in Tarkendale, and none of them can ever remember knowing anyone who didn't grow up here. Does this make you curious about your origin?
No, he's not particularly curious. You know, no one has origin. You know, we're just here. You know. He's a red, and I do know that the dragon is a red dragon. So maybe he thinks that there's some sort of connection to the dragon himself. Like maybe, I mean, he says he created us, and maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But he does sort of feel almost like a weird kinship to the red dragon itself. He knows that he doesn't want to live under its thumb any longer.
You do get visitors. Not you specifically, of course, but the colony does. Very rarely, but occasionally during your short lifespan, some individuals arrive from outside. The first are a group of dark elves, and they bring with them some great treasure to offer Chromothraxis. Does this treasure interest you? What they might be bringing to bear?
Yeah, he does. He's always been attracted to gold as well. I kind of feel like he has some underlying red dragon traits of his own. That he tends to be a little arrogant. He definitely is interested in that treasure, so he would want to try to get closer, take a look at it.
3 of these dark elves, and they tend to keep their treasures close. How would you possibly manage to find out what they could be?
He'd probably try to approach their encampment or wherever they were. It's like a worker drone.
Yeah.
Checking in on things.
You managed to get a glimpse of it, or of them rather. There are 3 of them, and they are around about 2 feet long and about 1 foot wide. They are dragon eggs. One is blue, one is black, and one is red.
Wow. Very interesting. That's kind of shocking.
Do you do anything with this information?
No, but it'll create almost like doubt in his mind. You know, the Great Dragon says that he's a creator, but you know if these drow are bringing in dragon of all different, maybe there's more to this than what's actually being told.
The second group of people that arrives some months later are cultists. They wear long purple robes, magicians, sorcerers, something like that. Priests. You have very little context outside of your extremely narrow upbringing, so it probably is no real surprise to learn that these are dragon cultists who have a particular interest in draconic things. They go deep within the mountains of, inside mountain caves into the lair of Chromothraxis. Does their presence interest you? And if so, do you try to make contact with them or do anything else?
We'll try to play the dumb worker drone role and see if he can listen in on what I'm saying.
Interview you. They question and query you. They want to know your attitudes, your opinions on things. They want to know your intellectual capabilities and your physical ones as well. Are you a willing participant in this scientific observation?
He'll play a little dumb. He's driven to succeed in like all tests.
All right. All right. Well, they come and go. They're here for about a month, and most of that time they spend underground, and eventually they leave again. Roughly a year after this occurrence, roughly a year after this occurrence, which is shortly before the campaign begins, you get 3 more brethren, 3 more young dragonborn are added to the forces. 1 blue, 1 black, and 1 red.
Very interesting. Well, yeah, from what he remembers, yeah, must have been the eggs that he saw. You know, that confirms it for him that not all is what it seems. That maybe I'm just a dragon too.
Pass, and months pass, and you haven't seen Chromothoraxis for a while. He went south. Apparently, you hear rumors that he went south to engage in battle with the king of Cormia. They say he died. Chromothoraxis is dead. You are free. The great red worm is dead.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm out of here. You know, this whole time being a slave has really chafed at Rex's personality, and he's really always truly, like, since that first talk of escape, he's always wanted to get out of the dragon's thumb. If he's truly dead, and he's away, then this is the perfect time to try to leave.
Your friends, your kin counsel you against it. Surely this is some ruse. Have there not been rumors before that Chromothoraxis has been slain, and yet he was merely biding his time? Surely this is just another one of his cunning tricks to see who is loyal.
Well, fortune tends to favor the bold, and I'm tired of living a life as a slave. Especially knowing that we might be dragons as well. So he's going to escape. He's leaving.
And so you make your way through the hills, the mountains, and down into the valleys below, through the light forest, and into the farmland beyond. Not surprisingly, you are apprehended in the vicinity of Dagger Falls, a few miles out, by outriders, and they are a lot less gentle and genial than they were with the elf. They fire warning shots upon you, and they charge you, demanding that you throw down your arms.
I don't think I have any arms.
It's convenient. All right. You are surrounded by 5 outriders, and with their spears pointed towards your throat, they demand to know what kind of monster you are.
Would I even know what I'm called?
Good question. No, you're called Rex.
I'm Rex. That's my name.
Hands up and my arms down. That's right. Where are you from and what business? What are you doing here in Daggerdale?
I'm leaving Castledale. I'm leaving the ruins. I've
Sure.
heard that my master, Homotheraxis, has died. I'm seizing this chance to seek my freedom.
Chromotheraxis is dead, you say?
That's what I hear. And I hope he is.
Too, says one of the deputies, not the one doing the question. I heard he was killed down there in Cormier Way by King Arzun IV. And another one agrees, yeah, that's how the king died, you know. They died fighting each other, but that king, he slew the dragon just as good as the dragon got him. Well, you say you was a slave? Looks more like you was one of his children.
Maybe I am.
And it
It's sort
would
of like
be
the thoughts.
Yeah, maybe I am, shit.
Maybe I am. Yeah.
Well, it would be remiss of me to allow a monster spawn such as yourself within the walls of Dagger. I'm afraid you're going to have to turn around and head back out into the wilds. You're a wild animal. You're not a person. You don't belong here.
Aw.
Oh, that dragon.
Oh.
Did you say Snapdragon?
Snoot.
Oh, Snapdragon. But I can work. I can fight.
If it were up to me, I'd send you on your way right now. Make you go jump in the river. But these boys are likely to run down to Randall Moore and tell him that I was mean to you. So, for the sake of not having to fill out the paperwork, I'll give you a chance. But let me tell you, we got a hanging coming up this week, and, well, there's room in the gallows for two.
Huh. Okay.
All right then. Well, you make your way inside the town. A couple of inns up that way. I recommend avoiding the Ancient Arms. It's currently undergoing some refurbishment. Red Rock Inn might be your style. Broken Arrow. Then again, down the Lucky Horseshoe Tavern, they even serve goblins there. Maybe you'll feel more welcome among your fellow monsters.
Okay.
Keep an
And,
eye out for any other foreigners in town. Y'all like to stick together like glue, so shouldn't be too hard to find them. Oh, and there's the community notice board up there. Say, it looks like a couple of foreigners are checking it out right now. Why don't you go and say hello and tar each other with your same brushes?
Halo.
Hey, Arctic, I was wondering if I could tweak something there.
Yeah?
Would it be alright if I arrived like a few years prior when I was just wandering the town?
You've been here for a while now? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no
Yeah.
worries.
As he was like, I guess, wandering.
How did you arrive after Randall? I guess you did, since after Randall Morn took the town back, but like not during his Zentarum days, right? Or what?
So I'm thinking this character is like 20-ish years old. But when he came here, was still, and Ferox, the priest of Tempest, immediately saw him wander and took him in and trained him since then.
Yeah. Well, so you've been here for a while, because Farox has been here for a while. You were here during, or the reinsurgency, whatever you want to call it. You were here when Randall Morn took back the town?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. What role did you play in that rebellion, if any?
Ooh, definitely fighting on the side of the city. Or I guess fighting on whatever side Ferox fought on.
Yeah. Yeah. He would have been compromised because he wants battle regardless. But in the end, he would have supported Randall Morn, if only because he could see that the Zentarum were insane, murderers and rapists, and he's a priest of battle, not a priest of depravity and reaving and ravaging and the insane. So eventually, when he turned, so did you, and yeah, you've been living in this town ever since. Farox was drunk last night. He was drunk most of the day as well, so he kind of slept through all the violence. And what do you make of this violence that happened yesterday? Did you see it, Rex? I heard they burnt the ancient arms down. That sounds like you're doing.
I wish. I was busy cleaning up some of the blood in the fighting pits. Missed the whole damn thing.
You better get there now and find out what's going on. See if you can kick a few heads in, and if you gotta, grab them and put their head underwater for about 10-15 seconds. Not too long. You just want to scare them. You don't want to kill them, then rip them out and say, "Tell me everything you know." And before they get the chance, put them underneath the water again. Another 5-10 seconds. Rip them out. That'll talk.
Alright, sounds good. I heard they got apprehended a Minotaur too. That ought to be good.
Make sure that you get his head. He'll look good in the fighting pits.
Alright, I'll put a word in at the captain.
A good lad.
Give me that
All right.
Minotaur head.
Prize possession.
See, every true father figure teaching your warriors how to waterboard people.
what a great step.
Remember when I taught you?
Yeah, this is non-lethal, non-violent torture. Well, I suppose it's a little bit violent, but no one gets hurt, so it's all right.
This
Anyway,
makes you really think so.
anyway.
I guess technically, yeah, waterboarding doesn't cause any harm if you don't actually drown the other person. I suppose it depends if they inhale water into their lungs, then it might cause some harm.
Psychological
for breathing in.
psychological pain notwithstanding.
Oh yeah, I was talking mainly physical pain there.
At this point, whoever wants to in the party can, you can kind of all be gathered around the community notice board if you wish, or all of the ancient arms in there. If you don't want to be there initially, that's your choice as well. It's I don't know if I just shared it or not, but I'll bring up the community notice board again in case it proves useful for some reason.
There's one particular notice on there that I should deal with as soon as I am aware of it. I am gonna go ahead and declare myself wherever that involves me going.
All right. So, does it say where you've got to go? No, it doesn't. So, who do you go and tell?
It says it's to the captain.
It does say to the captain, doesn't it?
Dragloth?
It does. You got better eyes than me. He's down in the barracks.
Now we'll make a beeline for the barracks.
Old man scarred and bitten by his years. He's clearly a no-nonsense sort of fellow, and he looks like he could reach out and rip out your throat if you give him a bit of lip. Sort of man to tear out your tongue for talking too much. Who the hell are you? He asks.
I'm sorry to bother you. Excuse me. Sorry to bother you, sir. But it says there on your notice board that current or former that if I was ever have been part of the Centaurum, I need to declare myself to you at once.
Yeah, that's right. So tell me, how many years did you serve? What rank are you?
He'll give the whole spiel. Man, he was born in the Centaurum, man. And if he sits there and listens, he's gonna give the short version. You know, I was in there for 15 years or so, 10, 15 years. Fought at Zentil Keep. Fought in the Bane Death, and most recently I served protecting the Black Road, and just about that would have been maybe even a year since I left and tried to cross Arnok. Someone's snoring here.
Can you tell me why? Can you tell me one good reason why I shouldn't throw you into the jail for crimes committed in the past?
I reckon you'd probably be justified if you do so, but I figured y'all might be decent folk. If you allow me to declare myself and return something that I believe belongs to you and yours.
What might that be?
And as a soldier background, I get some sort of trophy taken off a battlefield. And at some point, Dagger Falls was at least partially sacked by the Centaurum. Is that correct?
It was. They held it for 40 years.
Okay. Just something that possibly my father got his hands on. Maybe something that belonged to the Lord or the temple or their statue, right? Like a rug or a tapestry or something along those lines.
Yeah, so what do you want it to be? Do you want it to belong to the temple or the Lord?
I think the temple is good if there's like some sort of holy symbol. It's like on a canvas or something that I can fold, put in a backpack.
Damn. Yeah. This looks like it's like right. I was not a part of this here town in the olden days. But if this proves to be authentic, then I'm sure that demon bitch, she's gonna be real happy with it. I'm sorry, we got a very unusual priestess here in Dagger Falls. She's like got the blood of demon princes in her or something. You gotta be real careful around mixed bloods like that.
Oh man, you don't gotta tell me twice. Just priests in general are kinda, yeah.
Yeah, well, this one, she got goddamn horns. Know what I'm saying? Like the in her eyes. She got a darkness running through that soul. You can be sure of that. But she got the healing potions that keeps my men on their feet. So I ain't about to tie her to a stake.
Well, is there anything more you need from me, sir? Am I free to go?
Damn right there is. You tell me, boy, are you a killer? You ever killed anyone in your Centaurum days? You ever put a sword through a man's belly, a knife through to his throat?
Flint will just nod at that.
How many you reckon you killed?
Couple, not a lot.
See that you're armed. Looks like you carried 2 or 3 weapons from what I can see. You plan on doing more killing in the future?
I don't really know what I should rightly do at this point. I only done one thing my whole life.
Well,
That's soldiering.
ain't no time to quit now then, boy. We got monsters out there in their hills, in their forests. We got goblins and hobgoblins, bugbears and dark elves. You might have heard of the giant of White Crag. There's a bounty on that bastard. And there's worse things besides down beneath the surface of the world. We need strong men with sharp swords. We need someone to take care of these bastards once and for all. Ain't you got a spine?
Well, reckon I don't want to do it alone, none, see? But, I'll see if I can't round up a couple boys.
All right, well, that's the spirit. Now you're thinking, get together like a death squad, a crew that can back you up for your bloodline.
Like a gang or something, right?
Yeah, well, we don't call them gangs around here. We call them posse. You got it. Well, I tell you now, don't go just stripping their ears off and bringing them back to me. It's got to be the whole skull. Like, you don't need the bottom jaw, what they call the mandible. You can just toss him away. It's real strong, right? You use them as a club. But you don't need that bottom jaw. Just bring in the whole skull. Or whatever you're finding, I tell you, we'll reimburse you for your troubles.
I'm gonna need another bag.
That's my boy, he says, and scrunches up his head. Tall dude, 6'3". That's my boy. I think that you're gonna like living here, provided you've renounced your darker paths.
I'm gonna spit in the corner and I'm gonna say fuck Bane and fuck the Zentarum.
He grunts. You go collect them skulls for me, boys, and I'll make you a rich man.
It's nice meeting you, sir. Captain.
That's more like it. Go on, get.
Wonderful.
Go get.
Alrighty.
All right, Kefka. You're looking. You're doing some investigating. You come across the last remnant of the warband. From what of her party have abandoned her, presumably she will, now bear all of their fates.
I'll be before I go to Devi, I'm gonna go to Morn and report the memories of Malik.
They don't understand. So yeah, all right. So you meet with Morn, and what the hell do you mean, boy?
It's hard to explain, but Malik is called something of Kalastar. As far as I understand it, is two creatures living in one body combined by the soul. And after Malik died, the creature resides in me now.
Tell me no more, son, because we don't accept the testimony of damn ghosts around here unless that ghost is going to manifest before our eyes. You understand what I'm saying? Can't just have half mad people coming in here saying, "Oh, looky here, you know, I know my neighbor's a werewolf, what? Because he got all hairy palms and like." No, we don't accept that sort of bullshit around here, boy.
It is no bullshit. Do you have a cleric that can perhaps they could test me? Test me if I am lying, but I promise you these memories are of the attacker, and I could tell you the full story of what happened.
Yeah, we do. Why don't you head on down to the Temple of Lathander, and there's a woman what down there, I can't remember her name right now, they get a bit of an epitaph, but I ain't gonna repeat it because she don't deserve it. To see if she can help you out. She knows what's what, got all that magic, truth-telling stuff, like how do you say it, a circle of truth or something.
And then if she can corroborate that I am telling the truth, will you be able to use this evidence with this case?
Can anything that is backed up by the gods is good enough for me. I don't trust the ramblings of a madman, but I'll always listen to the authority of a priestess.
As you wish, I shall return once I get proof that I am not a madman. And then I'm gonna walk away, and I'm still getting used to my psychic powers, but I'm gonna kind of say into his mind, "You fucking bitch, man," but not knowing that I said it into his mind.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you just sort like, but you do it with your accent, like you think it. The hell did what the damn asshole?
Oh shit! Did you hear that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to myself as well.
Yes. You must be hearing things. I'm sorry. I will rush to the priest.
Fuck investigator. Towards the priest, and you find another priest en route. Indeed, it's the one who was involved in the conflict. Whether or not they can be of any of assistance now, I don't really know. But yeah,
Who do I run into, Devi?
yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I thought I was hanging out by the smithy.
Oh, no worries. In that case, it'd be unlikely that you would just randomly run into it then.
I mean, I feel like I owe him a debt, so he's probably gonna give me stuff.
Yeah, he'll get you to make horseshoes.
She'll probably be grumbling how it's beneath her, but you know.
He got nails to make as well then. Yeah, thanks.
Grumble, but does.
Gonna make the best damn horseshoes this town's ever seen. Suppose we can stick with Kefka for now. You head to the Temple of Lathander, and you discover a tiefling who is in the middle of mixing potions when you arrive. She spends a great deal of time doing.
Hi, priestess. I am Kafka Lipkavi. I was come here to corroborate that I am telling the truth, and you were here to help me prove this. Can you not?
She sighs. Is it truly necessary? I have limited magical power, and it will consume much of my reserves to use magic to compel the truth out of it.
It involves the the murder of, I guess yesterday, of the incident. So I assure you, it is of great importance. Lives are going to be executed if the truth doesn't get out.
Very well. And if we must do this inquisition sooner or later. In order to conserve my reserves, I would prefer if you are able to gather all of the subjects in the investigation first, so that we can ask all of the questions openly. I do not believe in trials behind closed doors.
Very well. I was on my way to see the, the remaining of the party members anyway. So have you seen the woman known as Devi?
No, it is a small town. Unless she has gone over the wall, it will only take you an hour to find her.
Very well. And I bow and I leave. And I'm looking for Devi.
Alright. So you're looking around for Devi. It's currently busy at the moment, so we can turn to any of the other characters. Anyone, do you want to meet with each other, perhaps? Like, is anyone interested in the fact that a red dragon walks in, or
I was just thinking that Rex would wander over to the community notice board to see if anything's been posted.
It's the best cosplayer that any Dagadale's ever seen.
I'll
That is
be there as
exactly
well.
what I'm looking for. Like, you told me to go kill some goblins. That looks like a man who can kill some fucking goblins.
Yeah, I was gonna
Or
say
dragon
probably
man.
thing with-
Man dragon?
Dragon man. Yeah, he's red.
Elena would probably head to the community board to see what's new in town.
Green, I do have a question regarding your Dragonborn. So, like, I mean, the lore on him's a little bit loose, but, your opinion, does your Dragonborn have a tail or no?
He has no tail.
Okay. Just about everybody I've ever met's just been like, I'll fight you over this Dragonborn have tails.
I think it's like, it doesn't matter to me. I actually think that the Wizards of the Coast added like a amendment to one of the Dragonborn things on D&D Beyond, where it says that some Dragonborns have tails, but it's considered a deformity amongst other dragons.
Oh, shit.
There's
Just
one of the
dark.
new Dragonborn subraces actually has.
Yeah, one of the wild myths does. I think it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Like,
Not
why is it
Yeah.
a thing to get up in arms about?
I just thought it was something I'd bring up. I didn't think it would.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just like the people that do get up in arms about it. I'm like, why? Why is it?
I feel like when you envision your Dragonborn, it's a little more draconic than Born.
I get that.
But yeah, holy shit. This dude walks up to you, he's got a robe and some like leather armor, it's got like a dozen weapons strapped around like on various points. You ever fought goblins before?
How tall is your character?
He's like, he's about 6 foot. You know, he looks like your average guard.
Alright, I mean, Rex still kind of towers over you, but not as much as up. He'll just look down and say, I've killed goblins before.
Well, the captain there asked me to go wrangle up a posse and go kill some out there. Are you interested in joining up? Kind of new to these
Whereabouts?
parts here.
I mean, my answer is yes. But whereabouts are these goblins?
I mean, shouldn't be too hard to find, but I'll show you the bounties, because I assume they've got some kind of bounty note, something like that.
think there might even. I'll see if there is a bounties thing. Yeah. Daggerfall's bounties. Here we go. Yeah, it's on the character sheet, but I've also made a more convenient one as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Arctic. That's wicked. Fuck yeah.
With 2 GP ahead.
We got to get the whole top of the skull here, but we don't got to care none about that mandible piece.
Hmm. Alright.
Name's
I'm in.
Flint. What can I call you, Mr. Big Red Feller?
My name's Rex.
Rex
Nice
it is
to meet
then.
you. Nice to meet you, Flint. You look like you've seen a scrap or two.
That's one
You
way of
fight
putting
anywhere?
it. I've seen Zento Keep get ripped in half. If you call that being at a fight, it's more like watching the two biggest kids in school beat each other up with pipes.
That must have been awesome to watch.
No opinion of that statement.
Let's give you a huge grin.
It's just like the Vietnam veteran look intensifies right there.
Tempest truly smiles on battles like that. Hope to be a part of one today. But Goblin
Reckon you
slaying
stick
will
with
do
me,
it for
boy? You'll find a battle or two somewhere. They follow me around like locusts.
Very interesting. Alright, I'm in. I'll let Ferox clean out the fighting tonight. Monstrosity.
Is it's Luna, right? Is Luna a human, half elf?
Yeah.
Something else?
She's a human.
Human? Oh, cool. If Luna is at the notice board, I might approach and like nod a quiet hello, and then gesture over to Flint talking with whatever that is, and say, "Are you from around here?"
Nearby. I don't know the land. What's up?
My name is Razul. I'm with Flint over there. Are you interested in work?
I guess so. What do you got in mind?
Reason to believe we're going to pursue some greenskins. If you're handy in a,
Gobbles?
if you're handy in a scrap, perhaps you'd like to tag along. The more the merrier. More for you to take
it's
as
been a
well.
while since we've fought some goblins. Always causing trouble around the area.
Very good. Come, you can speak with my daughter. I will introduce you.
Okay.
I'll step forward and bow and note your outfit and because is your outfit covered in like furs and
Yeah. It's
similar things? Yeah, I'd note the furs and the furs of your outfit are very beautiful. Did you kill them yourself?
Myself.
Really? That's unusual for a
This
woman
one,
to
I'll
do the
point to, like
hunting.
one shoulder. This wolf, I grabbed it by the snout and kind of ripped its jaw open. This one over
Oh.
here, I took my hatchet, cut its head in.
Oh, I see. Things are very different in this land.
Rizal just looks shocked.
I like walk in on that, and I'm like, oh, who is this now?
The name is Luna Jagerson. How can I help you?
Well, here, actually, this is what I was looking at here, and I pulled the notice off the board asking for mercenaries, spell slingers, assassins, and spell swords.
Yes, and
We're looking for something about goblin extermination.
Yes,
a minor nuisance. I can lend you a hand.
I just gave
Ah,
Luna a
fig.
brief summary. I think she might be interested.
Yeah, you know they pay 2 gold pieces per skull on that. You only have to get like the top part of the skull too.
Yeah, it's kind of low bounty, but plentiful.
Well, what I'm saying is we can do 2 jobs at once here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is Rex.
It has a name.
His name is Rex, short for Chromotherexis.
Ha!
I see. But nice to meet you.
Rex will
Yes.
just nod at all these people.
For such a creature to be in polite company, it's like a strange fever dream.
Only if it's a good fever dream.
I say
Uh,
in Bedine to Dahlia, trust not the words that come from its mouth.
I just nod in acknowledgement.
Wait, isn't Foot like a super racist?
No, I see. It's like I got raised on that, and then I realized it was all bullshit. So, like, at this point, my thought is, holy shit, this guy can eat so many goblin arrows in front of me.
I thought you were gonna
I
stop
just
it
thought,
at-
like,
I thought you were gonna
like-
stop it at this guy can eat goblins.
like, honestly, like, Flit just found his, like, human shield, and it's not even human, so this is even better. This is inhuman shield. That and I need someone I can sneak attack off of, so, you know. You're the one going for melee.
Looks over my shoulder at my massive claymore.
Wait. What? What?
Yeah. Strength-based ranger.
Oh, man. That's
Strangers.
right, you... Holy
A
shit.
stranger.
Yes, I am a stranger.
Oh man.
Fantastic. Yeah, you're, Wow. I didn't get your name again. What was that?
Luna Jaegerman.
I just imagine you got some fucking python arms or something. How tall are you?
Like 5'7".
Just like an MMA fighter or something.
Yeah.
It's a nice
Wrestles
sword.
bears in her free time. No big deal.
Well, what about you then, chap? And I kind of raise my chin over towards. Let me see here. What's the name? Sorry, is it Thalamain? Am I saying that right? Thalamain.
Thalamain.
Thalamain. Yeah. What about you then, chap? You want to earn some coin?
I guess.
You look like you could use it.
That's accurate.
Come here, join our company.
What was your name?
Thalamain.
I'm Razul.
Hello. I wouldn't stay too close to me, though.
Noted. Razul takes a step back.
Don't mind my friend. Wait, what do you mean? What can't you control? Like, this is live, kid. None of us can control it.
Anything. Can't control anything. Sucks.
Down on your
How
luck.
about swords, slings, bows, anything? Yeah, good in a fight. Any good in a fight?
Yeah, as long as you keep your distance.
That's not particularly reassuring, son.
Anything in a 15-meter radius.
I'm getting a
Sorry.
very I'm getting a very 40k Saga vibe from him.
Yeah,
Just stay as far away as possible.
Oh, come
Well.
on. It's not like a demon will come out. Oh,
I mean,
Who knows with wild magic sorcerers?
well, anyone's good in a fight, but it's like, yeah, they gotta stay 15 meters, what was it, away? Yeah, 15 meters behind or ahead of us.
Tempest can inspire
stay
those
15
with
behind.
Tempest can inspire those with even the weakest arms.
Yeah, what the Dragon Man said, or what Rex said, excuse me.
Little shrug. Well,
I don't know about you guys, but I reckon we could do with maybe 2 more people. What do you
I
think?
reckon we could probably do with some divine blessing beforehand too. I got one last errand to run by near that Temple of Lathander. The captain told me something about the priestess there.
I heard there was some trouble here the day before as well. Some travelers got apprehended and are looking to repay some debts.
Didn't see no trouble myself, but I did see some smoke rising in the distance over here.
Try to see if any of those troublemakers are still in town. Maybe they'll want to come with us.
Not sure they're the type we want coming with us, or maybe they're exactly the type. I'm not sure.
They caused quite a fight in the ancient army. Killed a wizard, almost burned the place down. Fortunately, I missed it. Apparently, it was a pretty good fight.
Sounds like a hell of a bar fight. They start throwing spells in a goddamn bar fight? What kind of fucking town is this?
Normally, it's a quiet one. The one time there's any action.
I'm slightly concerned by your interest in potential involvement in that, but save it for the goblins.
Alright, I'm gonna head off and see if I can find Devi.
Alright, and Debbie can be found with the quarry. What was Malik? What's your character's new name?
Kiefka.
Yeah, go. Alright. I can probably remember Kafka. Alright. So yeah, you find Devi with the elf and the demon priest of light, Temple of Lathander. The demon priest has cast Zone of Truth, and she is currently interrogating them. But everything that Kafka says about himself and his possession appears to be true. Likewise, Debbie, I expect that you are honest as well. So we've already been through this process. I'm sure you've already been interviewed already. Is there anything that you want to tell the Diara, the demon priest, in order to secure your collective innocence, or even discuss something of a different matter completely?
Might I add that the man that Malik attacked, whether or not that he was a criminal or not, he believed that he was a worshipper and an arsonist of Sirik. Which he admitted after stabbing him to death. So, and his friends were merely just walking into the wrong, confusing situation. So, if you could just forgive, especially the Minotaur, for mistaking this. In fact, they did you a favor. He seemed like he was a horrible man.
We did discover on his possession amulets dedicated to Cyric. And she shows you a blackened skull. It's like a skull that has no jawbone, just the the upper half, and it's been charred with charcoal. We did find this possession, a token to Cyric on his person, and he did have the Dark Sun as a tattoo, and the Dark Sun is like a jawless skull surrounded by a black blazing sun. Not very creative, but certainly very evocative. So we can confirm the suspicions that he was a Cirrus, and yet he had done nothing to provoke your attack. Indeed, I do not believe that there is any law against being a Cirrus in this town.
Yeah, there is no law, but if you want to go on technicalities, he technically threw the first hit after Malik, even though he was planning to kill this man out of hate and uncertainty, for vengeance, whatever it was, technically, if you want, the Cyric man did draw first blood.
That is not the account that our two eyewitnesses give. Rather, they say that this Malik and his companion snuck up on the Cirrus, lied to him, and then accosted him with a cloud of magic.
Malik did lie, and he was planning to attack him. His friend did not know what was going on. He was just accompanying him and defending him.
We have got to defend the citizens of the town.
As I said, this man that died, his memories, he was an angry, confused man. Very stupid choices. But as I said, do not let his friends, especially Devi and the poor Minotaur, Alexander, I believe his name is, they did nothing wrong. They were merely walking into the wrong situation, thinking the friend was in danger.
Sister, you traveled with this Minotaur, and you also traveled with other companions, some of which have fled, leaving the rest of you to your fate. Do you have anything to explain why you would associate yourself with such people as a priestess?
As for me, myself, I just simply needed the protection of a group on the... Past that, I cannot say. I'd only just gotten to know them.
Your civilization, or in the order of your own temple, if this had occurred in a place that you had jurisdiction, how would you deal with the perpetrators?
Hold on, I had to think about that. 1 second.
Any ideas how your temple would deal with?
I'm not super familiar with God.
That doesn't matter. You can just think of any sort of temple in the feudal era. Just whatever you think.
Kind of not so much a guilty. It's not loyalty isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just, a wrong choice of who to be loyal to. And acted upon inaccurate information. There's probably a better way to put that, but I'm having trouble with that right now.
I understand what you're saying. All right. Is there anything that either of you have to say to conclude the defense?
As I said, the the Knight of Lathander, the Alexander, and the rest of the party, they walked into a situation that was confusing. There was no questions asked. They saw a man stabbing their friends. So you would assume that if you just walked into that situation, would you not, that someone was murdering your friends? I would say that people suffered enough. Let the Minotaur go. Devi, she is a woman of light. She did nothing wrong either. She tried to help the situation. Truly, your people can see that it was just a misunderstanding from a stupid decision from one man that got 2 people killed. There needs to be no more suffering. Plus, Alexander, he is known as a folk hero from what I hear.
I am not a local either. I have not been in this town for very long, though I have overseen the reconstruction of the temple during the brief moment I have been here. I will give my counsel to the lords, and perhaps they will listen to what I have to say. But this is not my decision to make. I trust that you will not leave, she says to Debbie, until the verdict has been given. We can hear a fair bit of noise in the background at your play screen.
Yep, I'll stay here until the verdict is given.
Green, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I
Yeah,
was just walking back and forth. So.
Right. Yeah, fair bit of noise. Yeah, cool. All right, so she says, "Leave it with me," basically, and the interview is done. You're right to you're free to walk around the town.
But that's when we would run into the rest of them, because you guys were heading to the church.
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking for Debbie specifically.
Oh.
Well, the party has discovered her. This is the priestess who was with the last crew, the crew who got caught up in the massacre. By all accounts, she has healing magic, and she's not under arrest. So, sounds like it's a pretty good adventuring party partner, right?
Anything is better than making more damned horseshoes and nails.
That's it. You've got tennis elbow or horseshoe elbow from all the blacksmithing.
She likes blacksmithing. It's just, there's no art to making horseshoes. There's no subtlety.
Sell for $1 a piece.
Yeah, there's better things she could be making.
Is to get the party liaise. What happens next?
We go find some goblins?
Yeah, I mean, we pick up any supplies if we need them in town yet.
Yeah, Rex will walk back to the fighting pits to grab his stuff, some supplies.
We'll be fighting in the pits tonight, Rex.
No. Set up a
Blast you all! It's been so long since I've seen a good fight.
Well, no one around here is in a good mood for fighting. Maybe you can convince that Minotaur to fight in the pits to defend him.
That'll be his choice to decide. He can always take the old route if he wants to. Well, Shane, we were going to have a bit of a draw card tonight, but if no, you're not going to fight, then you can always come and watch.
No, I'm off hunting some goblins with the band.
That. Right. You gather your supplies. Everything is at the player's handbook price, except for livestock, which is half price. And I think leatherwork might be cheaper as well for that matter. I can't remember. We haven't gone to the leatherworking shop, so I guess we wouldn't know. But anyway, yeah, if you just want to grab your stuff from the player's handbook, then that's perfectly fine. Westgate Wagons has it all.
Yeah, I think we could talk to the quest patron, if that's the technical term for anime cat girl.
Mulhorand. Does that name ring a bell to us, Badine? I can't remember if we had clarified this last session. Mulhorand.
Wouldn't
Sounds like it would.
necessarily to the Badine, but I'll take us over to the big map, and our elf would probably know where it is because it's a very large and extremely old land. It's like in Egypt on the far side of the.
Oh, yes. Okay,
Southern
well,
Tennessee.
right, yep. Sweet.
So, yeah,
Okay.
desert
Okay,
realm
so-
like your own, but that's
There's a ways
certainly-
away. Sure.
long
Okay, cool. Awesome. Well then, yes, let us go speak with this, what is her name? Misha?
Oh, Misha? Oh, she's great.
You know Misha?
How
Yeah.
long has Arctic? How long has she lived?
A couple of years probably, yeah,
Okay.
or 6 months at least. Yeah, I haven't thought about it to be honest.
Excellent. I'm sure Rex may have walked into her twice.
She would
Yeah.
know you and Dahlia.
I'm gonna just approach Razul and give him this pouch of gold. It's basically my starting gold, which I'm gonna say I probably found at some point. And I'm gonna give all my money to him because I'm gonna trust my father to buy what he thinks is necessary.
I will bring this up here. The party gold from last time. What becomes of that and
It's
Mike
stolen.
Bison?
It's
Okay,
stolen by the changeling. She takes it all.
that
Yep.
that entirely
Please,
makes
Mike
sense.
Bison.
Yes.
What was
Okay.
that? Sorry, Ziobi, what'd you say?
Oh, she leaves Mike Bison.
She leaves my bison there.
Yeah.
All right. So we
Goodness,
still
you
got the
guys
bison. Well, I have a whopping 2 gold pieces. 2 gold pieces and some silver. I can afford about one night in town, but then I need a paycheck, man.
Do you need
I
money for
have a-
supplies?
Solid 60.
Oh no, I rolled gold and I spent it all, so I'm just headcanoning it. I stole a fuck ton of shit from the Zentarum before I left.
Great.
You can stay in the fighting pits. It is technically a temple. You'll have to fight though for room and board, but you can
I don't-
something easy.
Well, for one, I find that insulting, sir, and for two, I would much rather. What's that shack over there? He's gonna point at the Lucky Horseshoe. Stay over there, but reckon we gotta talk to this lady here.
Once we do a drop, we could afford a lodging.
Excuse me, ma'am, are you the one with the cat ears?
Sorry. Hi, everybody. What can I do for you? It's great to meet you. Welcome to the Red Rock Inn. If you want anything, just help yourself. You'll have to pay for it afterwards, though. You'll have to make it yourself because no one actually works here.
Hello again, Mira.
Hey, how you doing? How's things up in the forest?
Pretty shit as usual.
Are you going to be entering into the Great Hunt? I hear they're paying 250 gold.
Of course. Need to find something to hunt first.
Okay, great. Well, good luck.
Yeah, thanks. How's your castle going?
Oh, well, it's going to be really, really good once I get my castle back, because then I'll be the queen of the cats. And we'll have a big kingdom, and everything's going to be peaceful, and everybody's going to be friends.
Where exactly is this here castle?
It's up in the Desert Mouth Mountains. All you got to do is follow the path, and you can't miss it. It's really easy to find. It's the biggest castle up there. You can see it from the road.
Oh, I know. I walk that road there. It's not exactly what you'd call accessible. Now, who in their bloody hell would buy a castle up there?
Well, it's a great place to have a castle, I think, because you've got a great view. You've got a tremendous view. Who doesn't want to have a magnificent view? You can't put a price on a thing like that.
Well, I just don't reckon the Zentarum will take too kindly to you owning a fortification so near to their damn road.
The Bakara, the Badine, steps forward, and particularly as the other Badine enter, and he just draws his weapons quite openly, and points towards.
He walks out.
Yeah. wait! What's going on?
I gasp.
Oh, hell no.
Devi is not getting caught up in this shit again. She walks right out.
I gasp and jump behind Razul, because I know, the tribal rivalries and whatnot. There's not really much companionship between Badine.
Yeah, hand rests to a dagger that I've got at the hip.
Here, Kara points at Razul and pulls out one of his jambayas, which is a curved dagger, and runs it across his own throat. Why? No, not here. No, not here, says the old elf at the back who actually owns the place. There will be no violence, and we will not be having a second massacre in this town in 2 days. Behave yourself. He sheathes his weapons.
I nod coolly at him. Slowly.
Breathe a sigh of relief.
We'll be asking for an extra 1% on them salvaging rats now.
Be so rude, Bakara. I mean, just because you want to kill somebody, you don't have to, I don't know, do it so dramatically. Well, look, it's very simple what I want you to do, you see. There's a castle up in the mountains, it's full of goblins. It used to be full of ogres, but the goblins kicked all the ogres out, which is pretty strange because I thought that ogres were stronger than goblins. But anyway, the goblins kicked all the ogres out, and now they own the castle, but not really because I own the castle. I've even got the title deed, it says my name right here.
Oh, it does?
Uh-huh.
Where in blazes you get that?
I got it from Badine. He got it from a dwarf. I bought it for a song. I think it must belong to the old dwarves, the dwarves of Tithiamar. You see that they used to have a kingdom up there called the Mines of Tithiamar, or the Mines of Tithiamar were called the Mines of Tithiamar. I think Tithiamar was the bigger place. This was one of the castles in Tithiamar, and the dwarves used it, but they abandoned it. I think that they stopped wanting to live on the surface. I don't know why anyone would want to do that. I don't understand why you could want to live underneath the ground when you could live underneath the sun. But that's what the dwarves do. That's what they like. And so they went underneath the ground. They left the castle and gave it away, and now it's mine.
Huh. That's quite a story there. You say you need us to go up there and clear it out?
That's right, it's full of goblins. I want you to kill all the goblins. There's lots of treasure up there. I think there's lots of treasure. I haven't been there. I imagine that there's lots of treasure because it's a dwarf castle. And dwarves really like to have treasure. Well, not as much as dragons, but almost as much. So there's going to be lots of treasure up there, and anything that you can find, you can keep.
Okay.
But
now,
so if we find the castle, and we keep the castle?
It belongs to me.
But you said we could keep anything we find.
You can keep anything that you can pick up and carry away.
That sounds like a predator.
Challenge accepted.
You can't keep the keep, but you can keep anything that you can keep.
Oh, of
now,
course.
how about startup cost? You got anything about that or actual gold value you're offering us?
She looks at your equipment. You've got everything you need, right? One of you must have a rope.
I'll reach into my bag and hold on to a rope.
Thank you, Rex. You're exceedingly helpful. Well, usually there is a gold cost associated with a task upon completion. Is there any such expectance to this here job?
Yeah, you can find, you can have.
Okay. Clearly disappointed.
When I become queen of the cats, I'm going to need a court. I'm going to need a royal court full of courtiers, interesting people who can tell gossip and go on adventures like knights and things like that. Maybe you can be a knight, even a count.
Don't reckon I could ever be a knight or nothing of that sort. But tell you what, I'm in a bit of a spot here, and I need a job right now. So unless any of you guys have any better ideas, I say we go for it.
Yes, let us go right now. I cannot stand her talking between that and the voice in my head. I want everyone to shut up and let's just go.
I recommend drinking, friend.
I drink plenty, trust me, it does not stop.
Well, you got any directions or a map or some otherwise? Additionally, if you have any other information about this, or if you know anybody in town who I might go to for extra information about this here Castle of the Cat, you called it?
I mean, I said it used to be owned by ogres, but now it's owned by goblins. I think that there's a goblin over in the Lucky Horseshoe Tavern. Maybe he knows more. Or maybe you could talk to the dwarf. Brightblade, he's a dwarf. The Brightblades were dwarves within Tediumar. They gave away everything. They even gave away their tombs. It's amazing. I don't understand why you could do that.
Well, seems like he might be a lead then. Well,
Go
I'll
interrogate
recommend...
this.
No interrogations. Just collect conversation. We'll go buy him an ale.
And then shove his face in it.
How much you can
Arok
tell
just
us?
taught me how to interrogate people.
No, we ain't need to interrogate no one know how yet. Like, if one of the goblins is hiding the shinies, then you can do your whole punching thing.
Alright.
Yeah, let's make a run over to the Lucky Horseshoe.
All right. I'll rejoin the party as they leave.
Excellent. The Lucky Horseshoe doesn't have many patrons, and the ones that do appear to be rather down on their luck. In the corner, there is an ugly fellow with greenish skin and that has an orange tint. Some subtle little tusks, and he's relatively well dressed. He keeps to himself, has a hood held high so that he doesn't attract too much attention. But almost as soon as you walk in, an old man, already in his cups, no matter that it's still fairly early in the day, comes out and come and have a drink with me, everyone. Come and have a drink. What are you drinking?
I am drinking vodka. Give me a whole bottle, please.
Oh, get it once, bartender, and one for me as well. Oh, and who'll be paying? He asks. Your friend. Could you spare some coin that I might share a drink with you?
One drink.
Yes, one bottle.
I am not sharing a drink with this dirty peasants. I'm buying my own vodka.
Surely there must be one among you who'll sit down and have a chat with me and let me share in your joviality and good fortune.
I'll give you a drink, but I got none of those things. I'll give you a drink, but I got no good fortune for you, sir.
Oh, nor do I, my friend. No good fortune in my life either. And he bursts into tears. And he drinks.
Oh,
Ain't
bloody
nothing left
hell.
good in this world. Ain't nothing left good at all. It's all gone to shit. And this town, it's gone to shit too.
Hey, what's so bad about the town? You talking? Are you referring to that fire that happened down at the fancy hall?
No, no, no. Bastard's rich. He can bloody afford the losses. His insurance company is probably going to pay for the damages. And that wizard was a damn twat. He came in here once, and I put my bloody fist through his jaw if I was 10 years younger. No, no. Life went to shit when me daughter went missing. Never came home again.
Are you referring to the notice on the board, Darlene Haug?
Darla was my own daughter, and the last memory I had of me fair wife. Aye, she'd been seen for a year now. Say, any of you from Coromir? Have you come up from Coromir way? Maybe you ran into her along the way. Maybe she became an adventurer like yourselves, and you found her out there, fighting orcs and giants. Do you happen to do you know an adventurer called Darlene?
As far as I know, old man, I am not for certain of this, but my memories tell me that there is.
Look at you! Fuck off! You won't even buy a man a drink.
I don't give a fuck. Then I just take a shot of
Oh
vodka.
man.
Well, what about you? You look like mercenaries and priests and wizards and the like. Have you seen my girl?
I give a telepathic message to Everett saying there's a rumored to be a giant stealing beautiful women around, and tell him about that.
Oh man. So that's the first time you use this telepathic connection. I'm just gonna kind of put my finger in my ear and I'm just gonna play it off like you said it. Not really gonna pay attention to that, but yeah, something about disappearances.
The giant of White Crag well enough. And I'm waiting for a bunch of heroes brave enough to go up to the White Crag and knock on the door of that old ruined castle and give the giant what for. Prove once and for all that her bones don't lie there. But I don't believe it in me heart, no. That's not what I think happened. It's a damn mystery, and I don't know why she ran away, but if you find her out there, bring her home.
I'll keep my eyes peeled, old man.
Do you provide a reward for finding your daughter?
You shut the fuck up and stay out of me face, elf! You ain't getting nothing from me!
I am going to pat him on the shoulder, leave him to his drink, and there was a dwarf in here, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, really? Thought there was some dwarf that was mentioned giving away their stuff. I thought it was here.
No, Brightblade's up in Brightblade cartography.
Oh, that would make sense.
There's a goblin here.
Yeah, I mean, while we're here, when in
Hello,
Rome, anybody
speak
speak?
to a filthy goblin.
I mean, being thorough. That or
We're
we just
gonna
go,
ask him about where we were going.
that or we go to Bright Blades, and I think like I misheard. I thought that the dude was here for some reason.
There's a goblin here, isn't there?
There is
Yes.
a
Yeah.
hobgoblin.
Strangers, strangers, come and sit with me, if you will.
Rex will go over there and sit.
I sit next to them. Do you have the information we could use? Instead of crying about the woman.
I am not a purveyor of secrets and lies. I am a merchant. I am trying to gather arms and armor, and I am paying much higher rates than the local vendors.
Hmm. That's good. But we have questions. What have you heard about the castle of the
I know of no cats that own castles. No.
It used to be an old dwarven castle off the Black Road.
I know of dwarven castles, yes.
Full of goblins now.
Yes, it lies not on the Black Road, but on the mountain pass within the Desert Mountains. There are goblins occupying it there, and a noble breed called the Triumvir.
Do you sell maps or anything that could lead us to this place?
No, I am not a purveyor of maps. I am a merchant of arms.
Perhaps, well, we've been charged with clearing out the current resident.
Oh, how'd you know?
Maybe you, yes. If you could help us, then perhaps the arms and armor we find there could be sold to you.
Perhaps I could convince you that there is a better alternative to extermination, perhaps free trade.
Hmm.
If you were to deliver 20 suits of armor, 20 weapons, and 20 shields to this castle that you name, I have it on good authority that the occupants are paying 1,000 gold pieces for such a shipment, even if the equipment is second-hand. You could make yourself a lot of money with this deal.
Can I do an inside check if he's telling the truth?
Sure.
Sell the filthy goblin?
Then we don't, out of character, but then we don't get to fight anything.
Sounds like a lot of money to pay for second-hand equipment, but if they've got no other way of getting it, then it's worth it.
What can you tell us about these goblins? This trimutive.
The Triumvir are a group that sees all goblins as equal. Bugbears, hobgoblins, and the common goblin living in unison, operating as a functioning society.
So there's more than one type of goblin living there, then.
There are, it is, all are one. 3 leaders, all acting for the benefit of all. A unified kingdom. The Triumvir are no threat to anyone. In fact, they share similar enemies to the folk of the Dales. They have no love for the Zentarum, who only seek to seize the castle for themselves. And You could find no stronger ally in the Desert Mouth Mountains. No stronger ally to deter the Zentarum and to split Zental Keep from its Black Road.
What's your insight forward, Debbie? What are you trying to ascertain?
His intentions, like, it sounds like he's equipping a goblin army, but I really don't trust goblins to, like, actually have good intentions. Like, yes, enemy of my enemy can be my ally, but, like, how close do you hold that ally?
Yeah, and everything that you say is justified, right? He does sound like he's arming a lot of goblins. Since when have goblins ever proved to be trustworthy? So make of it what you will. On face value, there's nothing wrong. Then again, there are very few counselors who would advise negotiating with a kingdom of goblins.
Well, thank you for your information, but I might have to pursue a different path. And I'll just get up from the table and head out.
Sneers.
Everybody coming with the bright blades.
Is that to me?
That's to anybody. I want to come talk some dwarviness.
Yeah, sure, I'll follow you. I'll head out of here. This place.
On the way out there, I'm gonna say I don't think we should trust him, and if we do go there, we can probably guarantee there's at least 20 goblins in there. Probably double that.
We could always take the job, arm them, and once they deliver the gold or not, we slaughter them anyway. It's a win-win.
Here's my
Or
thought:
we-
is once they get the weapons, they fucking stick them in our bellies. That or once they see us coming with the weapons, they just pepper us with arrows from their castle.
They don't seem to have that many good weapons, and that's why they have to kill us first to deliver.
Why
I've
give them-
experienced these goblins firsthand coming down the mountains. I assure you, their arrows work just fine.
And besides, why would we give them the armor, take the money, and then come back and kill them, when we can just kill them and then take the money that we were getting paid originally?
Yeah, leads me to believe that they already have the money there. You take out these goblins, you just find the money in their.
Seems suspicious that goblins would carry money. In my experience, they don't care much for shinies unless they're spending them with one of the other races. So, obviously, by the presence of our friend over there, these goblins have friends somewhere down here in the civilized lands.
Besides, the job was given us by the cat.
No, that's just a bounty. The job ain't paying a squat.
Paying us whatever we find and whatever treasures these goblins hunted over the years.
Yeah, I suppose if they do got no gold there, that's rightfully hers, and then rightfully ours, I suppose, if we get to take all the dosh.
She said we could take whatever we find.
Everything we can carry.
We can bring back all the loot, all the goblin head, make ourselves a fortune.
Maybe, if we're lucky, I suppose. Now let's see what this bright blade fella has to share with us about the mines up there. Or what were they called?
Tediamar. You find Brightblade maps and cartography and calligraphy. You find the business had a big sign out the front, closing down. You discover a messy business with an ancient dwarf. Must be 200 years old or older, the equivalent of a 90-year-old in our society. And this old man with his long white beard looks through some glasses and squints to try to see if he recognizes you, but he can't really one way or the other. And oh, I can't think of the accent. What can I do for you?
Greetings, sir. I had some inquiries. I was looking for information regarding one of the castles up in the mountains out there. I heard you were the man to go to.
I've got a few maps. I've got nothing more general geography than anything specific. I mean, the only map I have for an interior is of the Brightblade tombs. I can sell you a map to the Brightblade tombs for just 5 gold pieces.
I don't know if you have anything like that, but the Castle of the Cat. Do you have any info? I'd pay you for any information you might have that would be useful.
Bloody Castle of the Bloody Cat. Bloody never heard of such a bloody stupid bloody name for the thing. It's that there up there is part of Teviamar. That was the Castle Samark. Below, we called it Samark in my day. Samark was guarded the pass between the forest, the Dale Lands, and the Anarok Desert. A very important pass, but well, it was abandoned in my youth. It was abandoned in my youth, and the most of my people went underneath the ground, went deep down into the Underdark, and defended their holdings there until recently. You see, we founded Dithiamar, but it lasted over 1,000 years, but we sealed the mausoleum called the Brightblade Tombs in 998 DR, about nearly 300 years ago, more. Well, Tethiamar fell. The whole thing was lost. Everything that we gained over 1,000 years was lost in 1104. 160 years ago now. I was there when the last king of Tethiamar died. It only died just quite recently, actually. 10 years ago? No. 9 years ago. The last king of Tethiamar. Well, I was there. I was part of the warband. We went up into the desert mountains and found the mines. We tried to retake it, but I was there when the last king died. Dream of Tethiamar died with him that day. Ain't no Tethiamar dwarves left. Couple down in Gormir, few in the Stormhorns, and me. That's all that's left of a once great empire. Anyway, if you want to go and see the ruins of Tethiamar, you want to go and see the Brightblade tombs. I'm Brightblade. I've got the authority to let you in.
Technically, it's my property, really. So my heritage anyway. And I tell you what, I'll give each of you entrance to the entrance to the tomb for just 3 gold each. And what's more, I'll throw in a map for another for 5.
We might consider that on our return journey here, but we've already taken a job here. See,
But it's just outside the town. No more than a couple of miles. You could be there and be back by the afternoon.
tempting officer.
The dwarves have a lot of treasure. It would be a good investment, I think. 3 gold each, and you can make your fortune.
That's worth considering, but for now, I think we have to do one job, and I don't think we defer from that.
You're biting off more than you can chew heading up into the Desert Mouth Mountains. There's them wyverns and owlbears and things much worse. There's a goddamn dragon up there. And from what I've heard, the goblins of that there castle, they killed a whole tribe of ogres. You know that, right?
Did hear something about that.
Them goblins of Samark, they're a wily, canny bunch. Let me tell you, my friend, any goblin that can overthrow an entire tribe of ogres, well, that sounds like more dangerous than your common kobold. Mind you, kobolds can be little pricks too. They set traps, the bastards. Real cunning. You should never underestimate the little folk. That's what I'm trying to say here. Goblins and kobolds. More adventurers have died to their blades than have died fighting dragons.
Speak wisdom, but perhaps we'll be back. But if you do have any further information about the passes up there, possibly the structure itself, though, I'd be pleased to know that.
I'll send you a map. I'll send you a map of the Dagger Hills, Desert Mouth Mountains. I got one in here somewhere. Let me see. Maps of Desert Mouth Mountains. No, hang on. Oh, I've got a map of Adarok. Oh, I've got a map of the Dales. I've got a map of the whole bloody continent. Here's one. A map to Mithranor, the greatest treasure house in all the world. You ever heard of it? Best old elven city in the forest. That's something that you'll want. 100 gold pieces.
Now, I know if goblins are too much for me to bite off right now. I know that's too much.
Well, I tried. Good luck with your journey, son. Can I interest you in a bottle of homemade stout? I brew it myself here. Gold piece, black beer. The meal unto itself.
I'm gonna give him a greeting in Dwarvish, and I will purchase that for 1 gold.
Alright, it counts as an iron ration.
I'll take one.
Alright, you also have an iron ration in alcoholic form.
Excellent.
I'll take 2 bottles.
He's only too happy to help. He's still got more if anyone else wants. Alright. Well...
Yeah, I think... Oh, good.
No, that's all. I was just going to move on.
Yeah, I do think we should take the dude's words into consideration there. Like, maybe I just had to hear it from an old man rather than an anime cat girl that those goblins did kill an entire tribe of ogres.
I was gonna hang back when people walked on, and I was gonna buy from him entrance for 8 And the 2 5 gold maps. What was it? Actually, I closed the thing. Hold on.
Me too.
The map of the tombs and the map of no, not map. Map of the Dale.
Map of the tombs and the map of the Dales. Alright, that's good.
Nice.
Alright. So the Dales map you've seen as players, but your characters now have a copy. So you've got a proper map of the Dales now within your stash. This is the Brightblade Tombs map. And so was it the map of the Dales or the map of Daggerdale?
Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I was just the Brightblade.
Yeah.
The Brightblade Tombs and the map of the Dales.
Right, the Dales, but not Daggerdale. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because we're in Daggerdale, aren't we?
We are Daggerdale's but you don't have a map of it, so like you won't be able to find your way around it with such great ease. Like basically you're a guy says, okay, there's a house 4 miles northwest of here. You've just got to trust him on that. With a map, you've got all the information there.
Yeah.
So this is the Dales map anyway.
The Dales map is 10 gold, by the way. Not
The
5.
Dales map is
Yeah.
10 gold, right? So
Yep, I'm down to
Right.
29.
all right.
I already burned all my gold on fucking ball bearings and oil flasks and lanterns and shit.
Nice.
Alright, so that's the Dalelands map. Hold
The
on, what was
Dale
the
Lands
other-
map, yeah.
Oh, so the other one that you shared was the Daggerdale map.
That's right.
Why not? I'll get that one too.
Okay, he's very happy with your purchase. This is an up-to-date one, although he does point out that there is an irregularity. They have falsely labelled Tarkendale as Tasseldale.
Gotcha. And what is Anarok? Would I know that?
Anarok's a big desert.
Right, a map of the desert.
Mm.
Don't have a reason for that now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
And I have one other stop right before I leave town is to drop off the banner back at the Temple of Lathander.
She thanks you for your gift and its authenticity. She wants to know the details about, where it came from and those sort of things, because this was stolen from this very locale 40 years ago. She's never seen a locales on it, but she knows it nonetheless.
It was a family trophy taken, and I only thought it was right that it was returned to the place where it was taken from.
And it is only right that you receive a reward. And she gives you her blessing in the form of a kiss, and she gives you a healing potion as well.
Nice.
I have an issue, however, that you may be able to help me look into. You see, before they were evicted from the town, the previous explorers were investigating grave robberies that had occurred here in Dagger Falls. I suspect that the necromancer that they killed has ended the problem, but I would be remiss if I did not try to find more investigators to confirm that.
Well, we're immediately out of town on business at the moment, but tell you what, as soon as we're back, assuming all goes well, I will do what I can to look into that for you.
If you insist on taking your time, then that is understandable. However, she looks over to the graveyard, which is like 20 paces away. If you could find time, the townsfolk would appreciate it.
Like it's easy job right here.
That is true. I mean, I don't know if there's direct pay involved in it.
Because you didn't ask, I guess.
I didn't. It wasn't offered up front. I'm kind of assuming
That's
that the
true.
temple they might pay some on completion, but it's like I got like 2 gold in my living funds right now. I need to go stab some goblins here. It's an unfortunate fact of adventure alive.
I mean, yeah.
Like
I don't know.
we gotta go kill
Debbie
some
might be
goblins.
willing to pay for your board for a night to take care of.
I mean, if all right, I could buy that.
You'll just have to. You can stay in the fighting pit. You'll just have to fight for.
I ain't shanking strangers for room and board. I already
Don't
done that
kill 'em.
once.
Wait, is it Thursday? No, you don't kill him.
Yeah, if you guys want to stake out the graveyard over a couple of days, couple of nights before we go out and do our Goblin Crusade, I'm okay with that.
Why?
Yeah, I just figured since it's right here.
You do make a convincing argument, and I figure whether we leave today or we leave tomorrow, them goblins are gonna be up there.
Exactly.
We have everything we need, and it's all secure. Perhaps we could organize to stay in town for a few days at least, and see what we can find happening over there in the graveyard.
Yeah. See what we got.
There's no harm in it, and I would very much like to get on the right foot with the locals, so perhaps this is a good start.
You got a point there.
Let's stake it out.
Do you first go there during the daylight, or do you wait until night?
I'd go during the day just to check out if there's the graves are still disturbed. Maybe look for clues.
It's been filled in, unfortunately, over the past day or two, and yet, but you can still see clearly which were the graves that were originally disturbed. It's quite obvious and pointed out to you. And so, while the graves are no longer dug, they've been filled in. You at least know which ones they were.
Anything specific about the people dug up? Does it seem random?
That is a good question. Make an insight check.
Yeah, can I go over the markers of the sites and help with this check? Try and draw like surnames or perhaps anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You spot no connection. One was an old woman, one was a young man, and one was a child. There's no relation, no similar cause of death. There is neither rhyme nor reason. The only linking factor is that they're all relatively recent. One died 4 weeks ago, one 2 weeks ago, one just a couple of days ago. Yeah, so apart from their recentness, that's the only thing that links them.
Have there been any recent burials? Already freshly dug, like, you know how often after a I don't know what it was like here in the Dales, but there might be like several bouquets of flowers or markers or other indications of any other fresh graves, people that have been buried recently.
Not yet, but tomorrow there will be.
Fair.
Some people just died in this town.
That's right, and they're currently on ice in inverted commas. You know, they're being stored with gentle repose, but they'll be interred tomorrow.
Perhaps we do a stakeout and see if anything happens once they bury the bodies.
It might be wise to do that over several evenings, and if the burials are to take place tomorrow, then perhaps we will say something if we remain vigilant.
Any other ideas?
seems reasonable.
Yeah, I don't. Is the graveyard like is it like a mausoleum? Like you can go into it and there's like a lower sort of crypt area
No,
as well?
no,
That's
it's not.
all
There is
above
a.
ground?
That's right. There is a
Okay.
there is a crypt within the temple itself, but this
Sure.
is just a burial ground.
Okay, yeah,
Cemetery.
great.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else coming to mind at the moment.
No one takes any actions. You're just gonna wait until and just sort of like camp out and wait for several days.
Oh, okay. I have some thoughts on this. We take shifts on this.
Sure. Draw
So
lots.
we've got eyes on it. Like we get pairs of us. Like there's 8 of us, right? So everybody pick a buddy. I shotgun tall dragon dude.
Alright, I'll work with my daughter then. Show her the ropes.
Righto.
So that's it then. You just basically turn up and look at the headstones and then mark it out for a couple of days.
I'm a little more subtle than that, but yeah, kinda. I think that's what we do for at least a couple of days.
Would I be able to maybe go through the Westendale sale yards and maybe speak with some people about their day's end, like what closing up is like, because it's pretty close to the burial ground, I suppose, and maybe a friendly face. I might ask if they've seen anybody curious hanging around as they've been wrapping up. Any rumors circulating?
Yeah, you find a halfwit who lives out at the stables. He seems to take good care of the horses. He seems to genuinely love them. But his shyness and his simplicity becomes apparent within a few moments of talking to him. He kind of looks like a bit of a strapping lad, but soon after conversing with him, it becomes obvious that he's probably not the hunk that some girls might hope he is. Hey there, mister. What can I do for you?
Hi there. I suppose it's obvious I'm not from around here. I was actually wondering about the burial mound over there. Has it always been here? Has it always been part of the city or town?
It's been here long before my time. It's consecrated to Lathander. Means that the undead can't rise from the ground.
I see.
And that's why you want to be buried in burial yard, not just out there in the wild, because it means that you can't come back as a zombie.
What's your name, boy?
I'm Francis. I'm a stable boy. I look after the horses. I just turn the muck.
Of course. I'm not here to accost you. I'm simply here to. I was actually meaning to ask you about the you live here? You here all the time?
Yeah, I sleep in the stable. Well, whenever a stable's not being used, and if they're all full, I'll find somewhere, maybe up in the rafters, or it's just a simple life, but I like horses.
It's a superb craft, of course, and to take good care of an animal is great skill is required, naturally. Now, Francis, you're obviously around here a lot. Surely you've heard of the recent grave robberies that have occurred. That's actually why I'm talking with you. I'm helping a new associate of mine, and I'd like to try and we'll get on the better side of the locals here. Have you seen anything?
No, but I smelled something. It's every night after they dig up them graves, all pooey. I thought that you got a dead horse, dead dog, it goes stinky over a couple of days. Maybe like
half a month or so, and it stinks to high heaven. But I tell you, I never knew human corpses smelled that bad. I never smelled nothing worse in my life when them graves get all dug up like this. I didn't know they could smell so bad.
And you didn't catch a look at anybody, the numbers of people that were there.
No, I didn't like poke around or nothing. It's not like I went around and had a look at the dirt or whatnot. I'm not looking for nothing like that.
I'd like to make an insight check, please.
Yeah, sure.
I reckon he's gone straight through it. Has he got he's got dirt under his nails? Surely. Let's have a look.
Absolutely, dirt everywhere.
Yeah, I suppose he's a stable boy, right?
Yeah, that's right.
14.
Yeah. He's trying to answer your questions. Yeah, if he's playing the ruse, it's the long game because it comes across as a halfwit.
Hmm. Okay. No problems. Well, thank you, Francis, for your time.
I poke around no grave or nothing. I leave that up to authorities to I don't want to know what that smell is.
Of course. No, I meant not to imply that you would do such a thing. I'm only trying to get to the bottom of it, or at least help to do so. But thank you.
Oh, it's all right. I don't mean nothing. I mean no disrespect.
Smile and just make my way out of there. Head back to the rest.
All right.
You get one clue though with the smell. That's a little weird.
Hmm.
Is there like spiders or any creatures that like inhabit the graveyard?
Make an investigation roll. But they're certainly not obvious, apart from a few spider webs.
How far is the graveyard from the sale yard exactly? Is this like 5 feet, 10 feet on the map? But I imagine it would be a bit more than that.
No, that's right. Like it's a pretty wide open space, maybe 50 feet, which is about 20 meters of left.
Okay. And for the
They're pretty close.
For the stench to carry like that, it's pretty full on. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. All right, Kefka. You discover that the grave dirt still absolutely reeks. You're the first one of the party to actually go poking around in it. We've turned up and we've looked and we've seen the headstones and we've just decided to sit around for a couple of days. You're the first one to actually get out and have a fucking look. And when you have a look, you get the smell. It's an god awful stench. Like it's the most foul smell that you've ever come across, but it lingers. And it's deep within the dirt. And while you're going through the dirt, you pull out this long, dirty claw. It looks like a human fingernail, but it's around about 4 inches long, and it curls.
Hmm.
And we will leave it there for the week.
Ooh. You say it curled? Like curled up towards him?
Like like an old guy that has one of those fingernails that never gets chopped up. It's like that, but instead of being, it's like 4 inches long.
Oh wow! All right.
It's like a talon, right?
Sort of.
On an animal?
Like a claw, I think.
It's
Like
a human
nail.
fingernail that's grown into a talon. Yeah. Like, have you ever seen anyone with a 4-inch long fingernail? Like they curl.
Like the Grandpa Joe's Coke pinky or something like that.
Like a vampire. That's right. Like Dracula. They
Or a witch.
Yeah. I will leave you with those thoughts and see you all next week.
See you, mate.
Thanks, Arctic.
Yeah.